fun place. Feel this area will be nice. Oh yeah, we're here. Actually, I'm gonna be down, so get that down there. Let's go loco. We're gonna go with seated. Behavior. Auto pitch. Auto level. Stream mode. Rotate. That'll do. There we are. And how is every fluff tonight? Good evening, Maggie, Jack, and Wild. Welcome into this evening's exciting. So I'm going to move it a little bit more this way, and it's just rotated weird. Good enough. Bun Buddy said, yeah, I was feeling bunnish tonight, so we're doing bunnish. So anyway, it's not Monday, if you haven't noticed. It is Tuesday. And that is because, well, I didn't even get home till after 8 on Monday night, and I was definitely not ready to start streaming then. But we had a really good time, and we're both happy we went, and though happy to be home in our own bed again, because, yes, hotel beds are fun. They're okay. You usually get used to them by about the 4th or 5th night, and then you're like, oh, and now I get to go home. But I finally figured out I could sleep here. Oh, yeah, you had a busy weekend. I sure did. I'm doing well enough. Waiting for my enchiladas to be slightly cooler than the surface of the sun. I am doing pretty okay today. Pretty okay. I will look at that later. I am not going to watch some YouTube video that got messaged to me while I'm in the middle of stream. I got a new bodysuit over the weekend for Blaze. Awesome. Hopefully that is really comfy. And hopefully it makes you happy. So we'll start with today's fun. Because, well, I mean, the fun's the everything that happened before today. But, well, while we got at least a few things to come together, I'm glad. Well, we have a shorter list of people here to start with as usual. I figure I go over the stuff that's less exciting. So today I took the time to unpack a lot of stuff. Sort through and find out all the clean clothes out of my fursuit tote. Stack them to go back upstairs. Got the one bodysuit that got worn over the weekend in the washer, and it's already hanging up to dry. And all of the non-fursuit clothes that needed to be washed have been put through the washer and are currently sitting in the dryer. I think it just stopped right before I started streaming, so that drying full net's future me's problem, not current me's problem. It's a hi Tanya, welcome in, little puppy girl. And since we were gone on my usual grocery day of Thursday, I did the grocery shopping today, so we'd recoup what we need in the fridge. Got Fopsy all our usual salad vegetables, since it's been over a week since we've been here. Yeah, it's time to buy new veggies. And I got the stuff to make chili tomorrow, so I'm going to be making a regular beef chili with 6 or 7 kinds of beans again. We'll see how well it goes. tried to avoid buying too many snacks and treats and things since we have a lot of leftovers to deal with. And I would definitely like to make good use of those. Tonight's dinner was a cheat. I didn't really feel like cooking much. And when my sister moved away a few months ago, she dropped me off a couple of frozen things that I've been sitting on. And I decided to have one of them tonight. I believe it came from Aldi's. It's a shrimp lo mein frozen pack. Um, it heated up, well, according to the instruction, it heats up in about 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes. I end up letting it go just a little longer. Because after I lifted the lid after the 11 minutes I had it cooking, it still looked a little soupy. And I was like, well, it said cook on medium for this long. Crank it up to high for a minute or so and let's see what happens. And during that time, I switched the laundry into the dryer and hung up all the Under Armour and came back, and the sauce had all spewed in. Got a little bit of a toastiness extra on there. That was perfect. Poured into a bowl. It was actually darn good. The sauce actually did have a very decent flavor. There was a good bit of shrimp in there and vegetables. And the noodles were really tasty. So it was actually a very good, very filling lo mein dinner. I will have to go and see if that was Aldi's. And if so, probably have to pick up more of those because yum yum. Happy lion tummy. And if it's Aldi's, it's probably inexpensive. So also good. Speaking of leftovers, I made 7 pounds of pulled pork for 4th of July for just me and one of my folks. I'm definitely, oh my, yeah, definitely recommend freezing some of that there, Jack. Get that in there and eat it for ages. Nice sized portions would be a good idea, either zippy bags or small square plastics. Since pretty much all of your star people anyway, I figure it's okay to keep talking. And we'll just step the clock back a little bit. Last night, when we got home, almost home anyway, it was just after 8 o'clock. I decided to stop at Culver's for dinner. We picked up the 3 cod fillet baskets for each of us. Fopsy got both her sides being onion rings. I did onion rings and pretzel bites. Oh, it has been so long since I had Culver's fish. That is delicious. It is really, really good, really realistic fried fish because it's not like a overly processed. It's just cut into chunks and battered and fried. Oh, such tasty fish. And we were both surprised. We'd not really thought about how many side options they had. Fopsy was really hankering for onion rings, so that's what she got, just all onion rings. But when I saw there's pretzel bites was one of the options, I was like, well, I'm getting pretzel bites. We're doing this. I want a party. I'm a star person. Yay! Is Culver's a takeout place? Yes, it is. It's a they're a frozen custard place, kind of like Dairy Queen, only way better. I usually get a burger at Culver's. Good choice. They do burgers and chicken sandwiches and stuff. They're very infamous for their butter burgers. But they also do things like the fried fish platters, where it's just big chunks of fried fish. Honk. Hi, Raven Rose. How are you doing, little girl? Culver's. Yeah, Maggie knows what we're talking about. Cheddar curds. Oh, yeah, the cheese curds. They have fried cheese curds as one of the side options. Not my thing, but I totally am for anyone that wants to get those. But we like to get the 3 cod piece dinner thing One, we're eating it takeout anyway, so we have soda at home. I don't care that it doesn't come with a drink. Two, it's big enough to eat twice. We both had like a fillet and a half of our cod and about half our side dishes and put them in the fridge and had the rest the next day for lunch. And oh my God, their fried fish always tastes so fresh and so good. If you're reminiscent of the East Coast and good fish fry, this is the kind of thing you're looking for, yet it comes from the Midwest. So that is a really good thing. I was really filled up good last night. And I had a really good lunch of it this after. Well, it was technically before noon today that I heated up. Such a flavorful thing. And it reheated all so well. No complaints whatsoever. Well, okay, one complaint. It was expensive. Just our 2 3-piece dinners with those side choices was like $42. Yes, we each got 2 meals out of it, so that makes it about $10 a meal, but ouch. I forgot how expensive fast food had been getting on us. Cheese curds. Wonderful. Just worried about Angel. Hope he made it. I hope he did too. He was going by the Boost, wasn't he? Fat Foods, rare visit. Yeah, exactly. I don't remember the last time we had fast food, but because we were coming home late, we decided to go with that as our option. I always upgraded the cheese curds for my site. You know what? For anyone that actually likes cheese curds, I say go for it. The upcharge from one of the regular sides to one of the cooler sides is almost nothing. And yeah, if you like cheese curds, curd it up. I don't care for coleslaw, so the coleslaw and fries, which is the basic option, what they're expecting you to get, I'm definitely not getting the coleslaw at least. Their chili is good. I have never had their chili. I should give that a try there, Tiger Paw. I will remember that. Yeah, that's fair, unless you want their root beer. Yeah, that's also true. They do have a really good root beer, but we had a really full car, and I wasn't going to be able to easily get to the cup holders. So we had diet soda at home. But it's very dependent on it. I ended up in Atlanta replacing a CPU over the weekend. Nice. Yep, bus. Nice. $42. Damn, yeah, $42 for 2 dinners. But it fed us each twice. So it was the big dinner. The 3 pieces of cod are huge. Funny story. A friend didn't know things are measured in C usually for stuff that, and it had F from the fresh and saw, freaked out that 140 degree temps, that's 50. Yeah, that would definitely scare someone if you're expecting to see the Celsius temperature on the CPU and saw Fahrenheit's. Yikes. Well, I covered all of the post-Anthrocon things that have happened so far, more or less. I mean, we got home, we got all the crap out of the car, opened the totes and made sure the heads were in good standing, and then sat down and ate that delicious Culver's. That's the new CPU stuff. He reset it from CDEF. Dancy Raven. Aw, Raven's a cutie. Oh, and after dinner, about, say, 11 something, I was like, I really just want to stretch out on the couch and put my legs up for a bit. And I put some stuff on the YouTube. Old CPU was running at 75 CE. Nice. No, yeah, huh? So I queued up some things on YouTube, sat on the couch, and woke up at 2 a.m. and wandered up to bed. Apparently, I needed some rest. Thinking about the price is fair. Had Chinese food that cost that much and gave me 4 meals. That's how we usually do it with takeout Chinese. We order usually 2 main course items for each of us. We each get a little bit of whatever we want. And then we put the rest in the fridge for the next day. Anyway, enough of my computer stuff. I'll be good. Yay, sounds good to me. Nice. And yes, you can come in, little Babkin. You don't have to hover as much. I'm sitting down. In fact, I went to sleep apparently about 11, woke up at 2, just basically wandered up to bed. Okay, I'm a naughty child. I didn't brush my teeth. I just peed and curled up in bed and fell back asleep. And stayed in bed till my alarm went off at 9 in the morning. So apparently I was tired. And I got rest. So, what all you've missed between then and then? Wednesday morning, we did successfully wake up pretty well, and the car was more or less packed by then. And we got on the road. Travel from here to Pittsburgh was actually very uneventful. I was very pleased with that. I didn't sleep until 2:30. I'm sorry, Sweeney. Hopefully you got good rest in the end. And the one place we were expecting both traffic and construction, no traffic or construction. It's the Caddie. Hey, Crystal. Akron had no construction on 76, and there was no traffic. I was completely shocked. That is usually the worst part of my travel from here to Pittsburgh. Good to know you liked your baby video. Baby video? I'm big. Woo! Woo. Google Maps wanted me to come in via 79. I decided to do my usual, come in down 28. Moo. Hi, Straighty. It was actual sized Caddie. That one. Yeah, that one you post there. That was cute. Ooh woo, Caddie. Ooh woo to you, Straighty. The Whittle Lion chewing on its paw. Yes, I did like that. That was adorable. Ooh woo, Straighty. Ooh woo. So we were a little delayed on getting out, but not too much, honestly. We pulled up in front of our hotel just before 4 o'clock. Got everything unloaded. A couple of our friends helped us get all of the stuff up to the hotel room. And then I pulled the car around and parked in the bus parking garage. It was right 4 o'clock when I pulled in there. A lot of people had just left work and had gone home, so I got a space on the first actual floor of parking spaces, right straight across from the elevator. So awesome. Granted, we didn't have to do any loading or unloading from the garage because we did the pull up to the curb thing to do it, but it was pretty convenient. And I got a nice space. I didn't have to circle the stupid parking garage 17 times to find a spot to put my car in. I was right there. Perfect. And we relaxed and got into our hotel room and then went downstairs and got some din-din. Started with some hotel buffet and our drinks, which were, that night was fine. The pulled pork was really salty and not that great. But I still had some because I was really hungry, and the drinks were nice enough. So, yay. And then we went out and got some stuff for meatballs when our friends showed up. We went over to the Emporio, and I did a single meatball slider just to finish me off and have a little social food with everyone else. And that was day one mostly, the Wednesday night. Other than that, we just kind of relaxed. I think we were going to go to the pool, but it was too late by the time we got back that night. So, such is life. I don't even think I fursuited that night, but we did get things all lined up and set up. And got mostly unpacked in our slightly smaller than usual room. And Thunder got in late at night, and we set him up in his roly bed in the corner. You okay? I am actually doing pretty darn okay there, Strady. Really relaxed and chill tonight. Babkin crotch. Oh, did the Babkin give a crotch shot for everyone? This is fair. Raven spinning. Hydrate. You got it. Met some wonderful beans. I met some wonderful ones. I met a Raven Rose, and they're very pretty in real life. Confirmed. Okay. I'll be done with day one. I will hug a Bab. Wait, where are you? Hi, Babkin. How you doing, little girl?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Go,
I'm comfortable in this godforsaken chair.
I'm
My
Joey.
bones. My bones hurt.
Oh, poor bones.
This weekend, I'm going to move the rest of my stuff into my room, which means I'll have to completely turn off my computer and unplug everything again.
Good luck. Unspaghetti that mess.
Also, for quite some time, I haven't been complaining about the cigarette smoke smell that's been bothering me because it's finally gone. But strangely,
Yay!
now my uncle can smell it.
Hmm. Ah, well. At least you're doing okay. That's good.
Yeah, I'm also currently being a pirate.
Good girl.
I'm playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag.
Yay! And no
And
raven
I'm
is
hunting
not
for.
lies. Hmm?
No. I think Raven's pretty in real life, even though I've never seen them.
I have. And she's pretty. This is facts. Um, You're pretty, Numi's pretty, Angel's pretty, Ari's pretty, and I already knew that Thunder was pretty. So, all of y'all are pretty. Deal. So, Thursday morning. Um, yes, she saw me at Anthro. Yeah. I saw the cute little raven at Anthrocon. She's tiny and adorable and a little itty bitty good girl. So Thursday morning we woke up pretty effectively. Got down and got our free breakfast from the hotel, which was food. Uh and kind of chilled a little while because registration wasn't going to open till theoretically noon. And we were sponsors, so we knew we would at least get through the line a little quicker. But we wanted to make sure we get there as soon as we could just to get it dealt with. So after breakfast, got up to the room and I got on a fun outfit. I decided I was going to not be boring and normal. I put on a cute little. I put on the fur trimmed satin dress that I shown a few videos off recently. The one I'd recently made. A pair of pretty shiny tights. And I went down and I stood in line. Javi got to sneak off and go to his super sponsor line because he wore super sponsor. Good for him, he's the one that does it for the room, so that's why he gets the extra short line. Fopsy was with me also. She, though, took Thunder and was allowed to escort him to the differently abled line. So she got zipped right in, and her and Thunder took care of that. She got her sponsor badge, and Thunder got his attending one. And that was all quickly sorted away, faster than some of the super sponsors were getting done. And Noob and I stood in the regular sponsor line for not too long. It was actually still pretty quick. And we made it up to the front end pretty darn fast. Got our spoot. Got our tags for our free t-shirts, and then stood in that line for a while. I love Line Con. You finish one line, you get another line, and then you get another thing. And the t-shirt was actually pretty nice this year. I really liked the picture. It was a pretty cool t-shirt for Anthrocon. There have been some in the past that I have, and I'm just like, LineCon was the best. LineCon is the best. I gotta say, one of the first ones in Pittsburgh was the theme was like superheroes or something, and it was Pigsburg, and they had a really ugly pig character hero on the front of it. It was just no. I feel like that was just more insulting to Pittsburgh than anything else. This year, being the underwater theme, had Anthrocat swimming with some fishies. It was pretty darn cool. I like Anthrocat. I'm glad they finally decided on a character for Anthrocon and have been holding firm to that. So yay on that. Yay for Anthrocat. And wandered around a bit. I did fursuit as Mewtwo in that dress later in that day. I had a lot of fun doing that. It is a hoot being in something that floofy and cute. It was fun being just in that without a fursuit as well, just hanging out around. In fact, throughout the entire weekend, almost always I was in a cute dress of some sort. And when I was not, I was still in tights. And everything else being pink on me. So I was wearing pink shorts and a pink t-shirt if I was not wearing a pretty dress. And yeah, it was overall really great first day. There's not much you can do on the first day. You're pretty stuck. Opening ceremonies isn't until Friday. Or was it Thursday? Is it Thursday night? I think it's Thursday night. Angel's back in his city. Yay! I'm happy Angel's back. Angel and Ari were in the bus together, if I remember right. Hopefully they're both A-OK and their bums don't hurt. Stupid bus seats. But everything went as well as it could. Wednesday night, or Thursday night, we went out for Thai. We went over to Nikki's Thai on Penn Avenue. It was really good pad Thai that night. The waiter actually convinced me, instead of getting the heat level 1, to get the heat level 2 on my pad Thai. I was like, well, I don't really want it hot. And he's like, no, that's not hot. That'll just be a little flavor. You'll be okay. Hi, my husband misses you. Nose. And that waiter was right. That pad Thai, it had all of the flavor of the spicy stuff, but none of the heat. And Nikki's has gigantic portions. I did not finish all of my food. I came darn close, though. I ate all but maybe 6 or 7 bites worth of my stuff. And I was so happy. That was delicious. Yum. I think that night we did successfully get to the pool. And that was pretty darn good. Not for long, but we did get there, so that's the important part. A little hot tub time. Hello. Hello to you too. And one important thing we have in our room. First, I packed a lot of good snacks like trail mixes and beef jerkies and Little Debbie cakes and little packs of peanut butter crackers. And we had little baggies of Teddy Grahams. Noob's mom sent a big old box of homemade fudge and chocolate dipped pretzels and chocolate dipped animal crackers. And a pack of donuts from a local bakery. And we also had a total of 9 of the 1 3/4 pre-mixed beverages that you just add a pour over ice. Yes, 9 liter and 3/4 of those pre-mixed beverage bottles for just 5 of us to enjoy. We did not kill those over the weekend. Probably about 3.5 to 4 total bottles worth of stuff went home out of those 9. That was amazing. Why not share it? We tried to. We tried to give them to people and tell people when they're in the room they could have alcohol. We told you could have alcohol when you're in the room, did we? But there was still some left when we left. So we went back to Javi's cabinet to bring to whatever's next. Good idea not to drink that much. Yeah, we only drank over the weekend about 1 liter and 3/4 of mixed beverages. No snack to share. I'm sorry. I tried to make sure we were being nice and telling people about the snacks were in the room. Look, there was stuff in the room. I apologize you didn't end up with anything. I would have given you a Twinkie or some trail mixies or beef jerky or whatever you wanted. I like to tell. Lo, just messing with it. Okay, good. I apologize if I actually did fail to share because I don't like to not do that. But that was that part of the whole situation was good. Now Friday morning, I was probably dumber than I needed to be. I did go down, eat my hotel breakfast, enjoyed myself. Now you're good. Pat. Yay! Had our hotel buffet breakfast, which was still food. It's adequate. It's not the world's greatest, but it's all covered, so didn't have to worry about going anywhere or being fully dressed and ready to go out for the world before I had breakfast. Yes, I had to, I threw on shorts and a t-shirt and ran downstairs to eat the food, but I didn't have to put on my fun outfit and worry about getting that messy before I started my day. And then I went back upstairs. I put on a shiny pair of tights again. And this time I put on the pink French maid's dress with a white pinafore. And I went to the convention center wearing that. Not a fursuit. That. And since the sponsor line was going to open at 11:30 to let us in the dealer's room, I figured, all right, well, it's about 10 o'clock. Jav and I went over to the convention center and walked around all the areas, did a little people watching, took some fursuit photos and stuff, things that were cute, interacted, gave some hugs, all sorts of fun morning jazz. And when it was coming close to 11:30 and we'd just finished walking through all the different sections and whatnot. We're back at the second floor, and I'm like, well, there's the line. I'm going to go stand in it. Jerry's like, I don't want to. I'm like, okay, that's cool on you. So I got in the line. They gave me a little ticket or something. And they were like, okay, go that way. Follow the people who are telling you where to go. And I'm like walking over, and they're putting us in lines to go be fed into the system. And as I'm getting up and getting into a line, I see Noob had apparently made it out of the room at some point and was in 2 short lines ahead of me. So I waved at him, and then I was down the front of the next line, 2 or 3 lines down from him. Caddie and Fopsy give great hugs. Yay! Thank you. You give great hugs too. We're practiced. We hug a lot, so we know how to hug. We're a hugging couple. So I'm standing there in the front of my line, and it's actually right next to the escalators into the second floor. Fopsy comes in, and she's all dressed adorably in the snow leopard kegu, and she's like, "Can I just come in?" I'm like, "They're gonna make you walk over there and get in line." And she was a little sad, but she walked over, and they're like, "Yeah." passed through, and they were gave her a ticket because the line was already starting to move in to the into the dealer's room, and they were like, "Okay," her and like 10 other people. "All right, just go that way. Go where they tell you." Nobody was telling them where to go, so her and those other few people were standing there, and then all of a sudden, my line gets flagged to start moving in, and I'm like maneuvering, and I'm doing what I'm supposed to, and I'm walking forward, and I notice Fopsy standing there, kind of in the question mark head space, and I just reached my arm out, grabbed hers, and drug her along in with me. I was like, "You're my wafu. You're coming in now. Yay!" So she didn't have to stand in the line. She just got to come with me, and we started the dealer's room. So I left the hotel room before 10 a.m. It's now 10 to noon, and we are now starting our trip around the dealer's room. And we did a good bit of shopping, met a few people here and there. I think the biggest thing I bought was a t-shirt that was $35, but it was a really nice t-shirt, so I'm not going to be mad about that. Got some keychains and stickers and pins and things. Nothing too serious. We're actually trying to be pretty good about the shopping. Not just because of our current financial situation, but because we don't just need to buy a bunch of stuff at a furry con. We've been to furry cons before. We have stuff. We just need to buy stuff if it's stuff we actually really wanted. So yeah, if I saw a cool Mewtwo dangly keychain thing, I'm going to buy it. I also got a couple of cute Simba and Nala stickers, really big ones with leaf manes on them, and I thought, oh my god, they're only $5 each. I'm getting them both. That's in my life now. So yeah, by the time we skipped going through the artist alley part in the middle, we just did the dealers parts, the regular dealer tables, all of them, and Fopsy and Thunder were both kind of tired. They went back to the hotel room, and I did the short pass for the adult section. Not much in there. It was pretty bare bones, and it was mostly silicone sculptures would be the polite word to use. But there was at least one baby first stuffed table, but nothing I really cared about. Not like MFF that has like 3 or 4 baby first stuffed dealers that sell all kinds of stuff, including single-use underwear and shirts that happen to have attachments between the legs and other cozy things, cute wear and whatnot. So I don't feel a need to buy my any silicone sculptures at a fur con. They're always really expensive there, and TBH don't really look like they'd be that comfortable. So yeah, I don't tend to buy any of those things there. Got it. MFF. Yeah, MFF definitely has a little selection for little things in the adult section. Make sure you bring your photo identification, though, for either of them. They do check your actual ID to get into there, not just your badge. So, again, have your photo ID handy. MFF's also a fun con, so if you're looking for another one to go to this year, Raven, that's actually a fun one to do. I like it. Not as much food selection there, but you definitely have a lot of fun. So by the time it's all said and done, I'm leaving the con space. It's 4:00. I have been on my feet for 6 straight hours. I looked down on my wrist, and I've only done like 8,000 steps in 6 hours. Of I guess I was standing still a lot, looking at things, wasn't I? Or standing in a line here or there or whatnot. But over 6 hours, only 8,000 steps. I'm like, wow. Wow. We got back to the hotel room, relaxed a bit. Friday night was. Yeah, Friday night was the night that I actually had two panels that I wanted to go to. So, to make it in time for both of those, I was going to have to then eat a hotel buffet for dinner, which is perfectly fine. It's not a bad option usually. So I got out of my pretty dress, put on the shorts and t-shirt again, and went down there. And we were doing the drinks and din din at 5:30. And that night it was tacos. So that was just your basic taco meat, some basic ground beef taco meat, and they had flour tortillas. They also had black beans, and they had a Southwest corn. Why do you hear purring? That's not purring. That's my fan under my desk. Sorry about that. Um, it's being noisy today. I should kick it later, see if I can make the vibrate stop. Um, so yeah, they had a really nice Southwest corn. Actually, had a decent flavor to it. I was really shocked. Lettuce was off the side and just sprinkled some of that. But because the way this hotel's buffet goes, they usually have hot dogs out, which they still did. They had nachos and nacho cheese out there, which, yep, that was there too. So people were doing all sorts of stuff like making taco salad, nacho plates. One of our friends did a what was being referred to as a coney dog. They took a hot dog, put some of the taco meat on it, and then put some of the cheese sauce, some nacho cheese on it, and it was honestly one of the best nights at that hotel for dinner because there was so much you could do with all those parts. Everyone got to have whatever experience they wanted, and it was great. And I had plenty of time to eat my dinner, drink my drinks, before I had to get upstairs and put on a Pokemon. Because my first panel of Saturday night was going to be the Pokefurs meet. I put on Mewtwo, and since I was going to be going to a second panel directly after it from that one, I figured I would dress appropriately for both. So on my partial body Mewtwo, I put on a bunch of petticoats and a cute pink short frilly dress with puff sleeves. And I went in that. I was happy to say that it did go over well. In the Pokemon meet, no one put together why I was wearing that particular dress. So they all loved it. That was a bonus. Got to walk around. A lot of non-suitors wanted pictures with me. That was awesome. Got to hug quite a few of the other Pokesuitors that were there as well. That was also amazing. Very happy to have gotten to do that. And I did run into two other Mewtwo's that this year. I don't remember what the one's name, but I definitely know Lucas. And Lucas specifically grabbed both of us and made sure all three were standing together in the big group photo. All the Mewtwo suitors together. That was pretty cool. So overall, that hour just kind of flew by, but it was great. We got to interact a lot. A lot of people were happy to see each and every one of everybody else. Pretty darn cool. And then I went up to the fourth floor to the other panel I was going to, the smallish panel. And it was a little after 8 by the time I got up there, so the first group of people was already in there, and unfortunately they did not have enough room slash fire code available space for everyone to be in at once. So everybody else had to go wait in a line. So yay, more line con. But it wasn't all bad, because me in my Mewtwo suit and my cute pink little girl dress got to stand behind someone who was wearing a cute onesie and a red fluffy head, and I noticed very quickly who that cutie was. I got to stand in line with Timmy. So Timmy the Otter and I stood and had fun in Line Con till we were ushered in, it would being our turn. Enough people had left the event. He's actually local to me. He lives maybe 15-20 minutes from my place, depending on traffic, and if there's a train crossing those tracks at the moment. If so, then it's longer, because trains. But even though we were doing LineCon, I got to spend time with someone fun. We got to talk a lot. Played with him, joked around, and just had a general good time. And the panel was fine. It was mostly just kind of a meet and greet kind of thing anyway. And it was a really crowded, kind of dark room, so I was social. I went and, was silly around a bunch of the other littles. Complimented quite a few of them on their good jobs on their crayon work, staying inside the lines as best they could and whatnot, and made a lot of people smile. But not much really went on there. I got kind of tired of just milling around, and I was edging out towards the end of the room, and just as I was about to exit, Swifty just made it in, and he was like, "Ooh, I made it in, yay!" And I was like, "Cool, okay, well, I'm going out, you have fun." He's like, "You go back to your room?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Okay, I'm gonna go with you." I was like, "Okay." So I took Swifty with me, and we went back to our hotel room, and his wife was already there with some of our party, and they were going up to watch the fireworks. They were going up to watch them on the roof. I knew they wouldn't see anything, but they went up anyway. Um, so Swifty came in the room, and Fopsy was sitting there. She didn't really care to go up to see the fireworks, and I think she remembered that she wasn't going to see him there anyway. So, hi Valerie, welcome in, little sharky puppy. Was by the waterfront watching the fireworks. Well, at least you got to watch them, so I hope you had good time with that. But Sil and our other roommates came back down from upstairs. How's y'all doing? Just fine. How are you, little Val? So our room of 5 plus Swift and Sil are in our room. And then all of a sudden, they get a message. "I'm fine. Yay, I'm glad. Yay." Sil's brother, Red, was bored and alone. So one of us ran down, and I ran down to get him from the back door, because he had to wave someone in. "Where's Mom?" "She's off playing a Pirates game or something." So I'd already taken off my dress and Mewtwo's pieces, but I was just sitting there in my leotard and tights and a pair of fuzzy slippers that I brought with me in the room. Yo-ho, a pirate's life for me. Yay, yay, yay. So I just went downstairs. Awesome. It just tights and a leotard. And stood by the back door waiting for Red to show up. And I greeted everyone that was coming back from whatever parties there were at into the hotel, just in a shiny purple leotard and tights. "Hi, Valerie. Also, be right back. Dinner time." "Yay, dinner. Enjoy your dinner." Um, he eventually got there, brought him back up to the hotel room. This was good. Um, and we had some drankies, sat around, chatted. Um, we'd already seen him at least once before. He had shown up with us Thursday night, and he went with us to the Thai place. Syl's brother Red is a really cool friend and someone we only get to see at things like Anthrocon. He's definitely one of our closies. I usually call him little brother because he's Sherry's little brother. Therefore, he's my little brother. Because that's how families work. Even though she's my auntie and Swifty's my brother, and she's also Swifty's mom. And then if you're trying to follow along and attempt to make a flowchart out of how a furry family works, stop. You need three-dimensional paper to make all the correct links. So there's that. Otherwise, your lines are going to start crossing. But we had a really good time hanging out with them. Drank some more drinks. Just kind of chilled and milled and just relaxed in the room for a while. Saturday was the day of the block party. Went down, started off again with some hotel breakfast because free. And because I'd already gone through the dealer's room and it was opening at 10 for just milling around in general anyway, I figured, hey, I'll put on a fursuit. So I put on Mewtwo and a dress, and I went through the dealer's room as Mewtwo. Again, had fun, waved at a bunch of people. Thank you, Streamloots. Made a lot of people smile, was my usual derpy self, and had a good time. After I milled around for a few hours, I wandered back towards the hotel. Apparently, Noob and Javi were actually down near where I was, and I didn't see them because they were like waving at me and talking at a distance. And I've explained this more than a few times. At 10 feet, you become just blur, and I have a big fluffy, effectively earmuffs on with a fursuit head. So if you're over 10 feet away, unless you're being super loud and directly in front of me, I don't notice you. It's not that I don't want to notice you. I can't see you. You do not exist. But they had apparently already gotten chicken on a stick. And they were sitting against a wall enjoying their lunch. So I, after milling around the start of the block party, there was already people hanging out down there, a few of them. Saw a few of the normies, wondered a bit, and then headed back upstairs because I had seen chicken on a stick was open, and I wanted chicken on a stick. This is important. This is important. So I got out of... This is for after the A. So I got out of the dress and Mewtwo's pieces, put on the shorts and t-shirt again. And those of us who had not already picked up chicken on a stick went down and stood in line, and the three of us got chicken on a stick. Chicken on a stick is very delicious. Their combo platter every year has been $15. It is fresh fried rice, a fresh chicken skewer off the grill, and a freshly fried egg roll. All of these items were freshly made under the pop tent down there in the grill and on a wok burner and in a fryer. So, this Wrath... Yes, this is mostly the post-Anthrocon story game I'm working through here. I will do that in just 1 second, as soon as we finish this portion. So the three of us got down there. We got our delicious fried rice, skewer, and egg roll, and a can of soda. They had cherry Pepsi in the cooler at the moment. Yeah, it's $2 for a can of soda, but I'm willing to pay $2 for a can of soda if it's supporting chicken on a stick. And since our hotel has a dining room area that is not in use during that time of the day, we just went right up there, sat down on an empty table, and enjoyed our delicious lunch. And I got to finish off both of the other two's fried rice, which was very good. What I'm saying is the dance is after you. What I was saying is the dance is after you telling the Anthracon storytelling. I'll get to that. The story will go on forever. That is for ages. I'll give you your dance here. Nowish. As soon as I finish this little part. Ding. So it was very yummy. I love my chicken on a stick. I make time for that one. And now we'll take a brief intermission and we'll continue on Saturday, shortly thereafter, a dance. Alright, let's see. I don't care about that. I'm not going to an event tonight on VR chat. Gore mammoth. Stand up. Oh. Camera. Uppies. Gotta make sure I put it down on my crotch again when I'm done. Alright, and avatars. Avatars. There we go. Lambie. Changed. So, who wants a lammy, lammy, lammy? I do, I do. So go out and greet your mammy, mammy, mammy. Hi there, hi there. And stomp, stomp, stomp around the daisies. But don't you forget about your baby. Boop. Even if she's AFK, getting her dinner, baby's there. And that's how that works. All right. Face forward. Avatar. Change back, because I feel bunnish tonight. I'm in a bunnish mood. This variant of Alice again. Menu down. Put the camera at my crotch. That's about right. Drop the thingy so I can reach it. Hello, other Raven. Welcome in. Go Loco. CD. Sit version. Who's doing that sit? I think I'll probably take the camera down just a little more. There we go. That's a good view. And I accidentally closed my window, so boop, boop. There we go. Back up. The sheep is so cute. I like Lambert. He's a fun critter. Am I in the floor? I'm just a little in the blanket. That's fine. It's a blanket. It makes sense that my legs would be a little tucked in. So after I got back from eating chicken on a stick, the block party hadn't really started yet. It was just the area was blocked off, and the parade was about to start. And I was not in the mood to participate in that. I like my life, and I was not going to risk it again for just walking around a circle and wasting all that energy and not having a lot of fun. But I was good and stupid, and when I got back up to the hotel room and digested for a few minutes, I decided instead of putting on a partial, this was the one time of the con I was going to wear a full suit. So I put on Daisy, and a dress, and the extra neck fluff. And then I went downstairs like that because dumb. It's like 3 o'clock almost, and I went out in the summer heat in a full suit with a tight fitting dress and extra fluff. And I rocked it. I hung out, I visited people, I was social with the normies, I was social with the fluffies. I met a few people I only saw once or twice during the whole con at said parade, at said milling around phase. So that was actually cool. Um, I got an interview at one point when I was down there. That was fun for about 3 seconds. Want a heat stroke? Go to a con full fursuiting during the summer. Yes, I did that. Not doing that again. So I got an interview from some guy that started with some basic questions about furries and stuff, and then started to ask me about Jeebus. Now, we're not going to make this a religious stream. I'm not going to sit here and talk about religion. I'm just saying that this is what this turned into. I was not in the mood for that. Just kind of edged into that, and I'm like, I don't really, I don't want to talk about this. I really don't want to be talking about this. I definitely do not want to be talking about this. This is not my conversation. I lucked out. One of my friends came by and rescued me from the salesman who was trying to sell me the Jeebus. And I ventured off with them. So that was a good escape. And I milled around for a little more, did some socialing, walked up and down Penn Avenue, saw a bunch of people, made a lot of kids smile, and that was really fun. And I thought I was not fully done being out, but I wanted to cool off a little, so I went into the Westin, popped up to the second floor, and sat down on one of the chairs at the end of the hallway there. I wasn't up to try and find where the Headless Lounge was myself, and I was like, I need to sit down. I have water, so I'm good for a hot second. So I just popped my head off because everybody's doing that anyway this con. I didn't really care that much. And just sat there and slurped off my camel pack till it went dry. And another friend came by and said, oh yeah, the Headless Lounge, that's just up the escalator on the third floor right at the end of the hall. I was like, oh really? That's how close I was? Perfect. I was like, well, my water just got done, so put my head back on, went up there. I was like, all right, I'm going to get some cool water. There was no cool water. The water was empty. There was just ice in the container. And the fans were not very fanny. And it was pretty crowded in there. Like, But I ventured out and I went down the hallway a little bit further to a different section. I realized, oh, there's more water dispensers. And these ones have water. So I took my pack off, opened up the screw, and I filled up my camel pack off of one of the water dispensers. And then I promptly was, after I got myself reattached, I went back to the Headless Lounge. I was going to let people know where there was water, but apparently we already had some spotters who had noted this and had gone out and adventured for water for their suits and were bringing back to everyone they could. And on my way out, though, I did spot a staff member, and I let them know there was no water in the Headless Lounge. And they were like, I will make sure this gets taken care of right now. And they ran off to get that sorted. So, yay! Hello, everyone. Your Malabadalala has arrived. Welcome in. How have you been? I have been really good. I enjoyed my week away from home. Got back to the hotel room, and after just a little tiny bit more suiting, and man, Daisy was not dry. I apparently was active in the hot. So I hung her body up and just like, I'll deal with that later. Fun fact, later was much later. And Saturday night, we went out and did dinner with friends. We went over to the chicken place, the Eagle, and did the fried chicken thing. There were 11 of us, so we ended up splitting 3 full fried chickens and like 7 side dish things between the whole table, and it worked out pretty good. We ended up with just barely finishing all the sides and 2 chicken breasts left out of the entirety of everything, which did not end up going to waste. Noob took them home in the end on Monday morning and was going to eat them later on because that's really yummy chicken. It's a southern fried chicken place, and their seasoning is to die for. Their jalapeno hush puppies are amazing. They have really good collard greens. We got succotash, which was just someone mentioned, and we got it. I was like, wow, that's actually really good succotash. And spoon bread, which is a cornbread dish of some sort. Aren't you the voodoo god from Child's Play? Not today, I'm not. So that was really yummy. It was a long wait to get that in there, though, and a long wait for us to get the chicken. So that was the hardest part of that one. But in the end, we still got chicken, and it was tasty. So that was a happy thought. I don't remember for sure what I did Saturday night after that. Oh, I know. We did end up going to the pool again on Saturday night. So it was pretty late again by the time we got up there, so we didn't have a lot of time. But we did get a little swim in, and that was nice. Had fun, got wet, enjoyed ourselves, and then relaxed for the rest of the evening with some more drinks. And I will happily say, though I tossed and turned a lot, I did get sufficient sleep every single night of the con, and I slept better each subsequent night. Unfortunately, some of our friends were starting to already leave Sunday morning. If I remember right, it was Angel and Ari had to get on a bus to leave early morning, sometime in the morning on Sunday. So they, after swimming was when we had to say goodbye to them Saturday night. And Thunder had to leave to go to the airport right about 1 p.m. from the hotel. But that didn't mean we couldn't have a little fun. So we got up pretty effectively on Sunday morning. I had breakfast in the hotel. I put on Mewtwo in a dress. And we took him over to the dealer's room for one last little partial walkabout. So we did a little fun over there. And got back to the hotel. About 11:30 or so, and I went on a quest because I said I was willing to do this, and I done did. I went on a Permanis run for our little group of 3 idiots. I went to the one in Market Square since I was doing takeout anyway. They were not going to get the experience of going into the one on the Strip, so there's no point in me going the further distance for that. Thunder is a little abled when it comes to his leggies, so I was being nice and going for a walk to take care of that. And I was willing to go the distance to pick up takeout Manties, because one, I love Permani Brothers. It is one of my absolute favorite nom noms in Pittsburgh. It's a weird thing. It's delicious. If you don't know what a Permani Brothers is, look up Permani Brothers. It is divine. And welcome back. I'm a teacup lion, little silver baby girl. I am a teacup lion. I'm a little bitty teacup lion who did a lot of adventuring to make sure his friends had a good time this weekend. I'm a teacup lion. Mwah! Silly girl. Fortunately, you can pre-order on their website, so I was able to do that and make sure everybody got exactly what they wanted. Thunder wanted the pastrami, hold the tomato. Fopsy went with the, I think it was a Cajun chicken. And I got a kielbasa, hold the cheese. I've had Premier Brothers in Indianapolis. It was, well, that's because you didn't have it in Pittsburgh. There's a difference. The further you get from the source code, the less good it is. You really need to have a downtown Pittsburgh Manny sandwich. It's not the same. In fact, is better from the Strip District than the Market Square one. But the Market Square one is better than the one out on Freeport Road, which is still better than any of the sites outside of the Pittsburgh region. For anyone that doesn't know, a permane sandwich is not just a sandwich. It is you start with said choice of meat, mine being the kielbasa. We'll just describe with that. On top of that is your French fries, your coleslaw, your cheese, your tomato, and then the other piece of bread. And it's all wrapped in wax paper. The story about Permanis is that when they went to open their original shop in the Strip District, the plates didn't come in. The paper plates they ordered had not showed up, and so you had no place to put the fries. They had nothing to serve the sandwiches on, so they were like, F it. We got wax paper. They put a piece of sourdough down, put the meat on the bun, on the bread, put the cheese on, scoop the coleslaw on there, put the fries on, put the tomato on, put the other piece of bread on, wrapped it up, and sat in front of people and said, here you go. That's how we serve it. It's a vinegar-based coleslaw, which is actually pretty darn good when it comes to being on a sandwich like that. It's a very balanced set of flavors when you have a good salty meat mixed with the fries, the coleslaw. I got with the tomato not because I wanted the tomato. I was giving it to Fopsy because she likes maters. And so she got extra veggies out of that. And I'm not going to lie, when I got handed this little bag, I was like, oh, was that big enough? And as soon as I grabbed it and I held it in my hand, oh my God, yeah, that's big enough. Because this little paper bag was heavy. And all it had was 3 sandwiches. So I took my 3 bricks, and yes, they are the size of a standard brick. A good salty meat, wink. Yeah, I know. Love you, Tiger Paw. I better join to help you Babkin sit, if you like. She's off playing a video game anyway. But it was very yummy, very filling. I honestly, I got completely through one half of my sandwich, and I got probably most of the second half. In the end, I just pulled the kielbasa out and finished that off because it was really good. But I was so full from that thing. That is a dense sandwich. That is not for the lighthearted. Thunder made it through half of his pastrami. Fopsy made it through half of hers then and saved the other half for a little later in the day, which she did end up eating. But since Thunder was leaving, he wasn't going to finish it, so we were going to take it back up, put it in the fridge, see if anyone wanted it. Just then, a new puppy appeared. He had not wanted one. I'd offered to pick up one. And we were just still sitting there chatting down in the tables in the first floor of our hotel. And we're like, hey, noob, we got a pastrami with cheese here. And he's like, you want it? Yeah? Slid it over to him. He just killed it. Manny's is, for everyone that knows about Permanis and that likes Permanis, they love Permanis. I love Permanis. Noob killed that so fast. It was cute. Um, and it is an amazingly affordable meal. And I am not kidding. Even big eaters will usually fill up on just a sandwich from there. You don't need to get anything else. You're not going to be hungry afterwards for a good while because it is a dense situation. Because she's sitting there menacingly. She's not menacing. She's sitting there cutely. She's a little Beppa girl. And they're only about $10 per sandwich. They go down to like, I think $8.50-ish was the cheapest one, and the most expensive one was the big fish one. And the picture of it, the piece of fish was sticking off almost the entire width of the sandwich again. And it's $11.50. Most of them were $10 and some change a piece. In fact, the chicken one Fopsy got wasn't even $10. It was one of the less expensive ones. Pastrami and the kielbasa were like about $10.50. So for three of us, it was like $30. So that is a really, really, really good way to deal with food. And you're not going to be hungry for a while after that bad boy. Yes, Permanes is a little walk either direction from the convention. But if you want a real good Pittsburgh experience when you're in town, that's something you want to aim for. You're right. She wouldn't hurt a little bug. You're right. That's why your daughter's a moth. She doesn't hurt bugs. Well, Sunday morning rolled. Sunday, I went around. Did some more suiting. I think I put Mewtwo on again. Because I'm stupid like that. Yeah, because I put Daisy on when I went into the convent just as a partial. I think. I don't remember. One of the two went as a partial the first part of Sunday. The other one went later. And I went and fussed around a bit. Was my usual annoying fun self. Got taken pictures of. Had a good time. She don't hurt me either, though I tease her the fluff out of her. Yes, you do. But she loves you and stuff. And Sunday night, we were going out with Swift and Sill to dinner with them to kind of close our event off. It was just the four of us that were left in our hotel room, me, Fopsy, Noob, and Javi. And we were meeting Swift and Sill there. Her brother already had left about 3 p.m. to go back to Jersey. And we met them on 3rd at Chinatown Inn. Amusingly, on our way there, we're just walking as a group of four, tired as all get out because it's Sunday night. We've been on our feet a lot. We jokingly, this one person passed us. We could tell they were another fur. We didn't know where they were going, but we were joking about, oh no, they passed you. Quick, Noob, go faster. I'll bump draft you. And we were making all these stupid racing jokes. They got distracted. They were looking at their phone a bit. We win. We're winning. We're ahead. Yay, we're getting there sooner. We still haven't been talking about where we're going out in public. And all of a sudden, we're almost there, and we're in the lead, and we find out, oh yeah, I'm meeting some people over here. And like, oh, cool. We're going to Chinatown Inn. It's like, that's where I'm going. I was like, oh my God, we really were racing you. I mainly tease the cat, but in lavender shorts, nice. So we got there, and Swift and Sill had beaten us by a few minutes, but hey, that was perfect. They'd gotten us a table and gotten tea already for us, so hot dang, we were ready to roll. And Foxy and I were going to do our usual at Chinatown Inn, which is split a General So. Because they have a really good, they're really tasty. It's a really good Chinese restaurant. Sit down, order off the menu kind, not a buffet or anything like that. And Swifty mentioned the amazing chicken. He says, He really loves that one. It's got a really tasty flavor, and we should, if we like so, we should give that a try. So yeah, we did that. It was it was amazing. Though the one he ordered, which he'd never tried before and he was trying this time, was even nicer. So if we go back again, we will probably when we go back again, we'll probably get that chicken to split instead of the General Tso's. And I also got an egg roll, which I made Fopsy take a bite of. She's like, no, I don't want one. That was too much food anywhere. I'm like, just take a bite. Just have a bite. I dipped in the duck sauce. Hanover's like, oh my God, that is amazing. Because their egg rolls, again, are made fresh there. I know where to get egg rolls from, kids. These are things that Caddie is aware of. The shrimp egg roll is the same cost as the chicken egg roll. So, of course, I got the shrimp egg roll. Delish. And Swift and Sill each got an entree to themselves because they expected to take leftovers home to enjoy for the next day. Since Swifty's food was almost the exact same as ours, I was like, looked at what was left. We had about a serving left of our chicken because we both ate as much as we could, and there was still food left out of a single dinner there. I was like, here, you want to add to your pile? And he was like, yeah, sure. So he got a little bit of extra chicken in his chicken leftovers. And him and Sil were all sharing between the two of them, and they had a beef something or other as well, and apparently it was also very good. And I was actually really surprised that the restaurant was actually full of furries. In previous years, we'd never seen furs venture out as far as that restaurant, because it's a ways away. It's the other side of town from where Anthrocon actually is. But there were quite a few people there enjoying their delicious food. So that made me happy. I was really happy to see so many people getting out there and trying different things that were not directly next to the convention center. And yeah, it was really good food. I can say for me, I did not have any food regrets whatsoever at the convention. Everything I ate at the con was really tasty. Some people in our group had problems with things they got in different places. Remember Noob said his soup that he got at the meatball place was really lacking salt, but he was able to fix that. Javi said his chicken at the Eagle was really dry. But other than that, even with everyone with us, those were the only two complaints I heard about food. So this was really a good food con for us this year. I miss going to tacos. I wasn't hungry at all. I decided to go fursuiting when our group went to tacos, so I missed that, but that's not that big of a deal. But the people that went to tacos had good tacos at the Condado. I think that's the only food I missed with friends. I didn't get ice cream either because I didn't want ice cream. I like digesting. And then Monday morning, woke up. Already had everything mostly packed and squared away before I went to bed. Got a few bites of breakfast in and some coffee, and we loaded up the cars and ventured off towards my parents' house. Spent just a little time there, socialized. Mom and Dad got us a cake for our anniversary, which was on Saturday. So we are 11 years married now. It was actually a really good cake, good buttercream icing. But I left it with them, and I said, okay, I know you want to send that home with us, but we don't need it. I think Nancy and John will enjoy it more than we would in the leftover sense, so let them have it and have fun with it. And dropped off a few things with them that I was intending to. And then we drove home. And I made one wrong turn on the way home, unfortunately. I missed my exit off of 71 to go onto 30, and I made it all the way down to 95, and I did that across a large part of Ohio till we hit 23, and then 23 back to 30. So that was my extra 20 minutes of adventure to our ride home, but we survived. And then, as I had started the evening off here talking, yeah, we got Culver's, and that was actually really good. It was from the new one down the street from us, so they haven't been open that long. But yeah, that's a really nice Culver's down there. Right at the end of Maple Crest, right when it stops being Maple Crest, technically. Like at this corner, Maple Crest is one of the three roads intersecting technically. And then it's whatever it is when it starts going south. Yum yum. And it's literally like 2 minutes from our house. It's right there. Once you get on Maple Crest, you're only going up about a mile or so, and then you're at our street, and boom, garage. So yeah, that was all of Anthrocon. I did see a lot of people. I didn't list everybody I saw. I did meet Landon from the channel formerly known as Planet Lulu. And he was really nice. Again, I did get a hug, and I did not get death, so there's that. Yay. I know which Culver's that is. About a mile from my work. Nice. Nice. And I've now eaten there. Without the list of things I've done. And everything got unpacked sufficiently Monday night to the point where we knew things were safe, and mostly finished unpacking my stuff the rest of the way today. Laundry, again, more or less done. The rest of it's in the dryer or hanging from all of Anthrocon. And yeah, still some stuff to take upstairs, like clean shirts and underwear I didn't wear because I overpack on purpose just in case. It's hot and sweaty. Though I didn't wear normal people clothes most of the time, so most of my normal people clothes were not dirty. Anywho, I do need to hug a cute little proto that just showed up. Mwah. Hi, Crystal. Are you a good girl?
Yes.
Good girl. That's my little protopoot.
And Silver having
Apparently, Bread Cat's is enveloping Silver. Bread Cat, go. Don't eat Silver.
Is that attached to you, or is it just?
No, it just followed me. Bread Cat, go away.
Where did that thing come from?
It wanders.
Red cat.
Yeah.
It looks like a.
Is it
Oh, yeah,
edible?
it is loaf. It is literally loaf.
It is a loaf of bread. It is not very
It looks
edible.
like a cat.
It is sentient.
It was not here when I came in.
No, it wanders. It goes places.
I think it follows you.
Come here, Bread Cat. Come here. Get out of the camera zone.
I said it follows you, and it decided no.
Apparently, it's bored of me.
And now
It's following Silver.
Well, at least it's busy. It's occupied. So, again,
The Kitty Alliance.
I had a really good Anthrocon. I had a Fops and I both had a great time. We didn't buy a lot, but we weren't intending to. We didn't feel like we cheated ourselves on things. We were actually very open with our friends that wanted to go to the Meat Faucet on Sunday night for dinner as our last hurrah of the evening, and we were like, we neither one ever get our value out of that on a Sunday night. Our bodies are tired. We are not hungry. And yeah, it's like $50. So that's why we went and did the Chinese place. And they were like, oh, it's not about going to the Meat Faucet. It's about seeing our friends before they leave. And I was like, you know, points. I was like, Chinatown Inn? And they were like, hell yeah, Chinatown Inn. Little bonus because they left their last panels and stuff they had been hosting and whatnot. Went back home. They got in their car and drove home. Fed the doggos. And because Chinatown Inn has free parking at it, they're able to then drive back into town, park their car at Chinatown Inn, and go in to eat without any hassle. Meat Faucet is Friday at MFF, 11 a.m. Oh my God. It's just too much food. It's hard for me to budget that much stomach to enjoy Meat Faucet.
Give a break, hey, I'm not on the menu. Leave me alone.
Bread Cat's apparently chasing. But yeah, I got a lot of exercise. I had a lot of fun time fursuiting. Hi, Cat Big. Just wanted to say thanks for taking a picture with us. And Anthrocon, it was great to see you. Well, hello, Raccoonix. Well, you are welcome for getting picture with me. I hope it was a good picture. I hope you enjoyed it. I think you're one of the ones that sent it to me as well, so that was nice. So, yay. It's always nice to eventually get to see some of these pictures that I've gotten from people. If you haven't, please send it to me. Either my Discord or Telegram. If anybody's watching that took pictures of me in fursuit, please send them to me. I would love to see them. Or out of fursuit. Heck, I was in outfit most of the time I was out anyway, so at least be something to take a picture of. I will. Yay! I need to bother Nepal. I know she took some pictures of me at the Pokemon meet with different people, and I would love to get a copy of some of that.
Yeah, I sent the Bread Cat to daycare.
Good work. It'll probably wander back in a while.
Apparently it was a toggle on the wall over there.
Oh. Cool. There's another cat over there now. But it's not bothering us.
Okay,
But yeah, I had a great time at Anthrocon. It is definitely one of my absolute favorite conventions. MFF is also a really fun one to be at. But, you know, they're opposite ends of the year, so I have plenty of time to recover. And do my best not to overspend. I'd already been previously attempting to make conventions like this a little bit more affordable. Free breakfast at this con definitely is a game changer. That saves us so much. And there are a lot of inexpensive dinners at Anthrocon's area that are there to be had. Like the Permanis, $10 per head. That's really good for downtown Pittsburgh food. Nikki's is about $25 a head. But you're getting really good Thai food. And for what all we got at Chinatown Inn, Fox and I spent just over $20 for the two of us. And we walked away from there wobbling. We were well fed. For what we did group wise at the Eagle for chicken, it was $17 per person in our group. So again, pretty darn affordable for really tasty nummies. So yeah, overall, whoa, wibble. I had a wibble. I loved seeing the random people in Pittsburgh. I love seeing all the furries in Pittsburgh. I apologize to any individual humanoid who I met when in fursuit if I don't remember what you looked like. because I'm half blind, but I did my best. I will happily say hi in the Mocha Cafe when that stream is next up, when Landon gets back home, and say it was nice meeting them and a few of their mods and stuff that happened to also be with them whenever I bumped into their crew. But it was cool to see some of these people with faces. They didn't see my face because I was a Mewtwo at the time. I remember that much. I was a Mewtwo in a tutu. Because I'm weird like that.
You are a Mewtwo.
I was a Mewtwo tutu. Oh, hey, I saw a friend request. Hold on. Let me fix that. I can deal with that right now.
Oh, Cooper's here.
I don't know. There's some weirdo sent me a friend request. I don't know if I should accept it or something. That seems sus. That seems super sus. Oops, I actually hit the check mark. Oh no, we're in trouble. Done. Also got a drop down. What's the thing? I'm now eligible for something of the finals. Open new tab. Already had that up anyway. Cool. I got a something finals unlocked. Apparently, what I'm watching in my other tab is playing finals now. Okay. Done.
Sounds like Freddy's.
No, the finals, the shooting game.
Oh,
The one that the Babkin plays.
Connie's addiction.
Yeah.
Hey, Jack keeps having to do the final. She must be failing preschool.
I keep telling her she's playing the preschool entrance exam.
And sometimes she keeps failing it.
Yeah.
Then again, she keeps telling us she can only count to 4. That's probably the problem.
This would be a problem. Very sad. Pittsburgh is such a great environment to have a furry convention in. And the way that Anthrocon still has some space to expand, if they need to, they can grow a little bit more space-wise. But since they have decided on the attendance cap situation, this makes a lot of sense that they're stopping it where it is. I am glad they have no intention of leaving Pittsburgh because the city loves us. The environment is really, really pleasant for the attendees as far as food, accessibility of the area and the environment. The convention center has 2 main bottom doorway entrances plus the sky bridge from the Westin, plus the elevator from the convention center's garage. There are plenty of ways to get into this venue. So it's really nice. It's really big. It's spread out just enough that you don't feel cramped with 20,000 people in it. But it's tight enough that you don't feel like you have to wander 100 miles to get from point A to point B. Only a few minor things that would be nicer, like certain events that are stuck in smaller rooms, like the smallish event I went to. They had been promised more event room space and were not given all of it. So that one was a little bit cramped and had to cycle people in and out. The Pokemon meet, though, was moved to Hall C, which meant we had a lot of space for that one, and it was very roomy and very nice. The dealer's room is now the bigger of the 2 main event halls on the main second floor. And yeah, it's pretty well packed in with dealers. Could they expand that to Hall C and have all 3 of that be dealing? I bet you they could sell that many slots. I'm not even pretending. I'm pretty sure they could get that many more dealers if they offered the space. Though that would cut out Hall C as an event space area, but other than registration, halls D and E on the downstairs don't do anything else than registration. So if they were to, say, cut out after day one Hall E and turn that into one of the meeting spaces for an event and whatnot, that could work. In previous years, the zoo was in Hall E. I know I wandered into that once when I figured out there were actually rooms down there. Originally, registration was up on the main second floor in the hallway area, and then they eventually started doing it downstairs in the lower event rooms. But overall, it's such a fun time. I always look forward to it. Even with the 5-hour drive across Ohio to get to it, it is 100% worth it to me. I love seeing so many people from everywhere. I love getting to wander around in Pittsburgh in July. Taking friends old and new to places that I know of that have really good or really interesting food in Pittsburgh. And making them try a permane sandwich and making them go either ew or oh my god. Fortunately, Thunder was on the oh my god list as far as actually liked it. So that was a big plus. Very nice to know that I got someone to try something new and interesting.
Thunder Puppy was a good boy.
Oh, he was a very good puppy the entire weekend. He was very well behaved. We were very sad when we had to send him away. Because he had to get his Uber leave in his Uber at a little after 1 on Sunday.
Yeah.
He's a bummer, but we'll see him again. We know that.
And my dad's happy he got his grill put together this morning.
Yay, grill! Now you can make burgers.
I'll have to take a picture and show you.
Yay, growl! I love grilling. Grilling's a fun way to do food.
Yeah.
I did do grocery shopping today because, I didn't get to do it on Thursday, and, when it came back, veggies would have all been basically shot. I got a couple good finds this week. First off, my plan was I was going to make chili. I'm going to do that tomorrow for dinner. So I got some red tagged ground beef from Walmart, so saved a few bucks there. Always smart. Save your dollars when you can, especially if you're going to cook the meat pretty quick. Got my 6 different cans of beans again, so got a variety to put in there. And when I was over at Meijer, I usually walk down the pre-marinated pork loin section just to see what they have and if anything's on sale. First, I saw something on sale. I was like, oh, good. And that's one of the ones we really like. The teriyaki honey one. I was like, oh, cool. $6. Throw that in my cart real quick. Because that's a good multiple meal main course that's very good. And like no effort. And I just glanced over. I saw in the mix of that one that was not that. The Applewood smoked bacon one was sitting there. I'm like, what are you doing? Flipped it over. Red tag 75% off. $2.50 for a pork loin. I'm like, oh, you are mine. I wasn't planning on making either one right away anyway. They're just going right in the freezer when they got home. So, red tagged. I don't care. You're still sellable. You're going to be bakeable whenever I defrost you. So I chucked that in the freezer along with a frozen orange chicken. I picked up one of those for later. But prime option for this week will be I'll be making chili tomorrow. And we'll be eating that for quite a few days in a row, most likely. I will again make a nice big pot of delicious, and hopefully it will be as such. And I think I'm going to throw some mushrooms in again, because I did that, add a little bit of mushrooms that were in the fridge. I just chucked them in there last time, and I'm like, that was actually good. So I'm going to do that again. I'm actually going to purposely put in a few little cans of mushrooms just to whiz up a little bit more fun. I like the weird rubbery texture of mushrooms, and I feel like it actually meshed well with the chili, so we'll call that a bit of a win. But going to get back in the swing of things with sewing starting tomorrow. Going to work on a dress first. That is my primary plan. I'm going to make a probably knee-length fur trim dress that I'll be putting up for sale. I did sell one of the hoodies officially. The purple one is no longer in my possession, so that's another item out the door. So happy to that. Absolutely, yay. I love when stuff sells. There are still several hoodies up and a lot of earmuffs. So if you're wanting to get some cozy stuff for later in the year, now's a good time to buy while they're available and you have options.
Oh, no. I froze up a little bit for a second.
I've had that a couple times tonight too.
Maybe our chat's having issues.
VR chat's having a moment. And I was going to just buy green peppers because they're usually cheaper anyway, but today the green peppers were like $1.09 a piece. Wow, my phone was right at a weird spot. That tickled my leg a little bit. The green peppers were like $1.10 today instead of like 50 cents or something like that. So I looked over at the 3-colored pepper pack, and it was going to be like 10 cents more to get the red, yellow, orange pepper pack than it was to get 3 greens. Like, when you're that close, you get the better option. And yes, I'm trying to penny pinch to some extent, but there's penny pinching and then there's pointless pinching. Eat the $10 dinner, not the $50 dinner. Yes. Get the 3 peppers. It's going to cost me 20 cents more that are going to taste a lot nicer. Also, yes. Think budget-wise, yes, but you don't have to think every penny out of the box. If you're going to enjoy the shrimp egg roll more and it costs a quarter more, you get the shrimp egg roll kind of thing. Because otherwise you're not enjoying yourself. You're wasting the rest of that money. Get the thing that tastes a little bit better. And since the tri-colored pepper option was affordable, I did that. So Fopsy gets a red pepper for her salads, and I'll take the orange one and the yellow one for the chili. So everybody win. Everybody win. Everybody win. You win. We all win. Unless there's actually some leftover peppers still in the drawer that are okay, in which case I will yank those and leave Fopsy more of the pretty colored ones to eat. Because I'm cool with whichever one's being the chili. I'm okay with that. But looking forward, Marv.
My 1940s sewing machine apparently doesn't work.
I'm sorry, dear.
I had to look up the patent number. It's like 1945 or something. How old it is.
Aw, but it doesn't work?
No.
I'm sorry it did.
I'm pretty sure it could have handled pursuits easily because it was rated to work with fire-resistant material.
Nice. Well, one of the things I did see when I was at my parents' house was the stack of stuff my sister had piled up left for me to make sure I was going to be taking soon when I go visit next time here and bring her car full of crap. This included a couple of boxes of stuff, 2 of my G.I. Joe jets, including the Sky Raven, which was the silver version, which was the good guy one from later, and the big stealth jet. Yay! And all of my stuff was sitting on a little table that has to come with me. That little table is the Singer table, which contains Mom's sewing machine. It's got a.
Kind of a sewing machine.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But she has a really nice Singer from a bajillion years from before I was born, so 1970 something sewing machine at least.
Yeah.
And it's got a really good fold over, fold closed table that spreads out, so a lot of space to work with. Looking forward to that. That'll actually potentially be a good additive to my sewing capabilities. And since my current sewing machine is one designed to be mounted in a table, I may be able to, if I don't like using hers as much, swap my current one into that frame. And that'd be kind of neat. So yeah, that sewing machine is anxiously waiting for me to pick it up in a couple of weeks. And all of Nancy's crap out of the garage is anxious to get out of there. She jokingly told me the thing she misses the most that's sitting in our garage is her vacuum cleaner. Apparently she does not like Mom's vacuum at all. And really good news, her and her husband have been staying in the bigger spare bedroom at my parents' house. And it has gone from, well, it was just piled full of junk to being fully functional. That room is completely cleaned down to them having an actual usable room for them to both sleep in and have space to video games and TV and stuff. Scratch my eye. It's itchy. And during the little bit of time the two have been there, they've actually been helping the parents go through a lot of their decades upon decades of hoarding and storage of stuff. And they have made such a big difference. Besides that one room that was just piles of stuff that they're currently sleeping in, there was several other rooms in the house that they have made serious damage, and I mean that in the good way, towards the piles of crap. The room behind the one where they're sleeping, during my entire life, was just solid stuff about 5 feet high. Stuff had been in there all of my life. Usually, at best, one of the doors would open to get into that room. But that's all you could ever really do was step into the room and go, yep, there's a room there, and step right back out. The entire one half of that room has been cleared. Currently, because they are homus intransitus, their stuff is stacked in the one side of that room, but it's not even the whole side of it. And the other side has been lowered significantly from 5 feet tall. The fact that more than one person had been gone into that room and went like, I didn't even know there was a closet at the other end of that room. There's a closet at the other end of that room. Yep. They actually cleared the back hall stairs, which have not been cleared for my entire life either. And we walked up those. It's really kind of neat because the back hall has a semi-twisted wooden staircase up the back of the house. So it has a twist in to get to the start of it, and then it goes along the wall up, and then it twists back to go back into the hall at the top few steps. So it's a really nifty, oldie style, wonky set of stairs that I always wanted to have available as a kid, and I never did. And now they have it open. And a few of the other rooms that were full of stuff, they've actually made a big difference in. So in just a few months, they have really, really helped my parents sort out their lives, make their house more livable. And with Mom in her current state, she's mostly sitting in a recliner. All right, medical information alert. Nothing disgusting, just medical information. During the day, if she has to use the facilities, they don't have a facilities on the first floor. They pull out the porta chair, and my sister and dad help her onto it, and she takes care of business. And then they help her back off it. And in the morning and evening, she uses the actual toilet upstairs. But it's a little bit too much for her to get on her stair chair to ride up to the upstairs bathroom just for a quick pee midday. And that's okay for right now anyway. So that's all working well and good. We're all happy. Most of the dining room has been cleared out. There was a big giant pile of stuff at the end of that before. The kitchen, there's so much cleaning that's gone on in there. I am so proud of them for doing all that extra work while they've both been unemployed and staying at my parents' place. And my mother said she's really happy this new restaurant opened in town. She calls it Nancy's. Because up until recently, Dad had been having to do all the cooking because Mom couldn't stand as long as she used to. So she wasn't able to actually do the cooking. And Dad does not like to cook. And for Dad's dinner, he was usually eating a TV dinner lately until she moved in. So most nights, what he ends up eating is exactly what he asks for, hamburger. She'll make him hamburgers, and he's really happy about that. And she makes hamburger. And she makes other interesting stuff for her and Mom and John. Mostly for her and Mom. John has no taste. But she's been the cook of the house at the moment, and that's been really good. She's been getting, because there's more than just her eating whatever she's cooking. She's gotten to do a lot more of her fun stuff for her and Mom, and that's awesome. So both of them have been having really good yum-yums. And that's really good for Mom, really good for her, and she feels like she has a purpose. John, at least, also is. I gotta say, her husband has been the most personably and mentally accessible than I've ever had him in my life since they're there this round. I honestly think this whole situation was good for all four people directly involved in this house right now. They're all getting along great. They're all doing stuff. They're all working together as a team to live together. And my sister's working on getting a new job, so that's good. She got some good tips on things that she has a good shot at, so definitely hoping for the best for her. I want her to get a good job. I want her to have a good life and everything, and to not just feel trapped, not being able to do anything. So yeah, that is definitely a plus. Everybody was in such good spirits at my parents' house. Everyone was definitely happy to see us. She was a little sad she couldn't make it to Anthrocon because of finances, and that's kind of understandable. she hadn't already like paid for registration and already effectively paid for a room and stuff like we had. So she wasn't prepaid for everything, which is why we just had to basically pay for food when we got there. So yeah. And a tiny bit of shopping. Not a lot. A little bit of shopping. So gas, tolls, parking, and a little shopping. Not that bad. Affordable, doable. And it was good to get all that exercise as well. Felt good to be out and about and physically active and amongst a lot of people. Feeling trapped isn't pleasant. I know that exactly. I hate feeling trapped. But good news, she's hoping to go to Anthrocon again next year since she's going to be intending to be living, if not at the parents' house. They're looking to potentially buy a residence in Apollo or in the general area. Houses are really cheap there, and if her job is going to continue to be telecommuting, it doesn't matter if she's in Apollo or not in that sense. It just equivalates what her housing choices are and what her other choices are, such as food and shopping and whatnot. Yeah, it's a good 20-minute drive to the nearest Walmart. Not gonna lie, that's a thing. There are several grocery stores around, though. There's a lot of dollar Watsits and things. There are some restaurants within a 10 to 15-minute drive. Not a great selection, but not horrible. They can survive fun-wise. But yeah, having somebody proper close with mom the way she's been and her having trouble getting around as much, I feel a lot better having my sister there because she's definitely able to help mom in all the ways that she needs it. Especially with the cooking. I don't think mom wants her to leave for a bit because she's enjoying the food. So if that becomes a long-term situation, you know what? Fine. We already discussed it between her and us about what happens when the parents do pass. And we don't want their house. We are homeowners here in Fort Wayne. We're okay if the end answer is those two end up inheriting the house and we just inherit any remaining, our half the equivalent they're back of any of the finances left from dad's 401k at that point. So that's what we're looking towards. And if that's how it goes, awesome. It's a big house, and they've been doing a good job of cleaning it out and making it look nicer. They can enjoy it. They can have a place to be. If they don't want to keep it forever and they eventually sell it and move somewhere else, also fine. But that also means we aren't like parents pass. You hurry up and find a way to get all that crap out of the house and deal with selling it, or you're paying taxes and insurance and all this other stuff until it's gone. Because that would have been a pain in the butt, I'll tell you right out. My parents already did that with grandma's house down the street from them. And that was a pain of them constantly having to repair things to be up to the buyer's request. Keeping up with the lawn, keeping up with getting all the stuff out that those two had been orders of before the house got to sell. And at the time, there were dad, his two siblings, and their spouses, and a few of my nieces and nephews that were still in the town area that could help move things out, clear things out, and whatnot. The fact that my sister and her husband are currently in the house and are currently working on this situation because mom and dad are already accepting the fact that they're in their late 70s, and I think dad turns 80 this year. They know they're not spring chickens. And they're letting her help sort through all of the stuff that's been stored in that house that they're not like, I need this anymore. Mom's college books and stuff that are hiding in the back of one of the rooms, she knows she doesn't need those anymore. All the encyclopedias, they can probably get most of those taken down to the library as donations pretty quickly. Might as well give them a home, give them something to do with it, give them another life. They've already been... Apparently there's like a 6 garbage bag limit at the house. And from doing all this cleaning and sorting, they have been making it a solid 6 bags every week. And they already are like having stuff lined up to make up probably 5 of the garbage bags worth of crap every week, plus the 1 garbage bag worth of, garbage, food waste, packages and whatnot. All the normal stuff you go through in a week with 4 humanoids eating food. So yeah, John's been doing a really good job of taking out 6 bags of trash every week, to make sure they're on the curb, to make sure they get taken. They've taken so many loads of stuff to the Salvation Army. Apparently clothes that from both myself and my father that definitely did no longer fit us. Including a whole wardrobe worth of Dad's clothes from the 70s. Got bagged up and sent down to the Salvio. I was like, wow. Goodbye. Hello, closet space. Obviously, you're not going to get rid of things like sheets and stuff if they're still good, or towels. So that's all staying there. Currently, my sister and her hubby are sleeping on individual twin mattress situations. One's on a bed frame, one they plop on the floor next to it. And that's actually fine for them right now. The further plan for the 2 of them is the room behind theirs that I mentioned I never had seen empty at all, that is now effectively half empty. Come by the fall, they're hoping to have that cleaned out enough that he can move his mattress into there and sleep in that room. Because the bunnies wake him up. And all 3 of the bunnies are living in their room. So he's hoping to be sleeping in the back room. The fun part is currently that room has no electricity because that one was part of the knob and spindle wiring that it expired about 1.5 years ago in all of Apollo, and the wiring just stopped working. Dad will probably be able to help long term of getting some wiring put in there. He's still an electrician. That's not a lot of heavy lifting or anything, so he should be able to do that. I think the hardest part would potentially be crawling up in the attic and running wires down. Assuming the attic actually goes over that part of the house. I actually don't know. Either way, worst case scenario, they already mentioned just running a big orange extension cord under the doorway into the other room to accommodate at least short-term needs of plugging in a TV or a fan or a light or something. But that'll be a nice upgrade to that house. One of the things that got put in when Mom got brought back into the house was they did get a hospital bed in her bedroom. So she has a bed that she can easily get in and out of effectively and is very comfortable. So she has that. That's the insurance covered that and whatnot. So that's there. It's permanent. It's theirs. Dad still sleeps on the same bed that they had from when I was a kid in their bedroom. I can't believe they lived on a full-size bed now that I live on a queen-size bed that I'm like, this is cramped. I wish I had space for a kingy up here. And they've been sleeping on a full size all my life. And I never even thought about, that the two stupid kids would sometimes have nightmares and crawl into bed with them and squeeze in on a full size between the two of them.
That sounds like your mom needs the chair the bad guy in Wild Wild West had. The spider chair that he walked around in.
Oh, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. She does have a Modi scooter thing, and she does have a wheelchair in the house now, too. But for most of the part, she uses the walker around the house, though, so that's a good thing. I thought my mom...
With the motorized... One thing with the motorized chair and wheelchair is she runs it into the claptrap problem.
Yeah, well, that's why she has the stair chair. that got...
Claptrap needs is a stair chair.
Yeah, they had that installed about 10 years ago. I thought my house had sketchy wire. Oh, my God. Yeah, their house was built before wiring. I'm not kidding. Their house was built pre-electricity. Electricity was an afterthought in that house. So knob and spindle was what was put in when they moved in. It was on two main circuits, because when the addition was put on back in the late 1800s, it was an entirely different breaker box. Dad rewired most of the house over the years. So the wiring was, up to this point, had gotten to about 90% not sketchy. There were only... The rooms he had not finished doing the wiring to are the rooms they weren't using anyway. The room my sister's currently sleeping, sister and her husband are sleeping in, had not been fully rewired yet. Partially rewired. Most of the outlets had been redone. And I think he finally had... This had not been done when the wiring died, but I think he had finally redid the ceiling light in that room. And the back half, the addition rooms, none of those had gotten rewired, but they never went in those anyway, so they weren't too worried that they didn't have light switches effectively now, or outlets that worked in the walls. But ever since before I was, and throughout my entire life, Dad had been piece by piece running new grounded outlets everywhere in the house, as much as he had time and was able to over the years. Obviously, when he was younger, he was able to do more at any given time, but he also worked a lot overtime, so time was what time was. Also, throughout the years, he actually had wired... None of the house had been wired for cable TV. He ran wires for that. At one point, long ago, he wired his stereo system to much of the house. His big stereo setup, his stack in the living room, where is his record, tape deck, tuner box, and the 5-disc CD changer. There are two big speakers wired up in the living room. He wired a speaker out to the kitchen and one down to the basement, so he could be down working in his shop and still listen to his tunes. Honestly, that was really cool that he thought about doing all that stuff. I take him as inspiration, and I'm very proud of what he did, and I do my best to follow suit in my own way by my running network cables to different parts of my house, for hardwired networking stuff to the living room and upstairs to the workroom and whatnot. I also told him about my my home construction work I finally finished a couple weeks ago. Well, actually, less than a week ago before Anthrocon, and that was finishing doing the sticky tiles in the bathroom downstairs and getting the toilet put back in. He was really proud of me that I did something like that for myself and didn't, need to pay a guy to come in and do it. And it has almost completely stopped leaking. I left the water on when we left and just left the drip tray under it. And after 6 days, there was barely water covering the bottom of that little trough pan I had down there. So it could have easily gone for, at that rate, a few months before it would fill up. I feel the people that wired my house was drunk or high most of the time. Probably. So he was really proud that I did that. He was happy that I was very self-sufficient and very personal constructive. Something went ding. I'm going to see what it was. Should be coming back any second. Oh, thank you. Estra Malsobai. Well, thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. My parents do have a really interesting house. It is not standard square shape. Our house is fairly square as far as like rooms are squares and rectangles and all line up in this way and that way. Their house was built a long ass time ago. Not all the rooms are equal shapes and sizes. Not every wall is a straight wall because of sometimes things were built in relative nature to say where the coal furnace's main chimney was. And it's definitely not new, so some of the floors are bending a little bit inward, but they're still perfectly safe. That back hall is weird AF, and now that I'm an adult size, not kid size, the stairwell was interesting to walk up because it's wide enough for me, but it feels kind of claustrophobic when you're going up that. But it's really kind of cool that it is what it is, so I'm very happy about it. And the back of the back hall ends in this little tiny square room in both the upstairs and the downstairs, which are currently both chock full of stuff. They are absolutely packed with crap still. That's one of their still projects, to work through those rooms. But they're doing good. I am proud of what they've gotten done so far. Even if over the next few months all they get through is all of those back rooms and not the garage or the basement, I'd still say they score 1,000,000 points. All of the garage and basement is Dad's woodworking stuff, and I don't think we're allowed to have any of that downsized until he can't get up and out of his chair, because he loves his tools, and that is his life, that is his collection, that is his love. So we're not going to even try and take that away from him, ever. The fun part is after they've passed, getting someone to, buy it or take it away, because we don't know what to do with most all of it. And none of it is small enough things to ship in almost none of it's probably small enough things to ship in the back of our car. His pickup truck, probably most of it, but not even all of it can go in the pickup truck. Big weird table size things.
Just call Netsu to come haul it for you.
Yeah, I'll just have Netsu bring his work truck. That'll work.
Yeah.
Hey Netsu, come visit my parents' old place and bring one of those pallet jacks. I think that'd be the best way to get most of those things up.
Then again, he is tiny, so his truck's also tiny, so...
It's like inviting Goldbug over to help you. Every time I go into Apollo, though, I get pretty depressed at the size and what's left there. I'm just like, oh, this town feels so broken down and ready to just be bypassed by a highway or something. Because it's almost like there's nothing there anymore. All of the stuff is gone, basically. None of the businesses still exist other than some of the grocery stores and the dollar everythings. Even the pub closed. That was due to some code. I don't remember if it was a health code or a structure code but something like that is what forced them to be closed. And that was the last major landmark of Apollo, was the pub. Anyone that had been to Apollo knew that as a reference point was the pub. So pretty sad that's gone. We lost a few more restaurants in Pittsburgh before Anthrocon at some point. The Buca de Beppo across the river is gone. So there's only like 2 major restaurants over in Station Square anymore. Texas Day Brazil and the Melting Pot are over there. And a real sad one that we're not even sure why they closed, because they were always busy. Even when I was not at a convention time, this restaurant was really busy. August Henry's closed. I gotta say, it was always one of my favorite burgers in downtown Pittsburgh. It was a very burgers and bar type place, and we would usually go there on Wednesday nights after our favorite Indian place closed in town. We started doing that as our first thing. And you knew you were in for a good burger and a really interesting, tasty mixed drink. But they were gone. So sadness on that. But no other major restaurant losses that I remember specifically. And there was obviously plenty for us to eat. There were several things I didn't get to do that I would have wanted to do. But when it comes to food, you know you only have X number of dinners. You cannot eat at all of the things you would like to eat at. I accept the fact that we ate what we did and didn't eat what we didn't eat. So there's that. Same reason I wasn't mad that I didn't get Permane Brothers the last, 5 years in a row. It's okay. It's okay. I've eaten there. It's not a never had item. And I still ate at good places. No meal that I ever have to eat at like McDonald's or something stupid. I would rather eat the hotel buffet than McDonald's. 100% easily. So, anyone that has a chance that might be able to go to Anthrocon, I recommend doing it at least once. It's an adventure. It's a fun time. It's not hard to get from the bus station or the airport or the train station to the convention area, either to your hotel or the convention space. Airport, you just take the 28X in or a Lyft or an Uber, whatevs, if you're not feeling it. And no, I'm not casting spells. My hand fell. Oh, that happens. It's cool.
Yeah, I'm moving my hand around, and I seen what it looked like on stream, so it looked like I was casting a spell or something.
You are casting spells at me because you're a cute kitten. So the airport is just...
I will agree to that, because it is my favorite avatar.
Yay! The airport 28X it's a direct bus from the airport down to downtown. Has several stops, so depending on which hotel you're staying at, you can easily end up pretty near whatever one you're at. Or an Uber. It's only about a 30-minute Uber ride at worst from the airport to downtown most of the time. Same thing with the 28X. They even have a bypass road for the buses, so it's oftentimes even faster to take the bus than it is to do an Ubi type situation. I don't know when or if I'll go. It's in the heat. I know. It does make it a little harder. But for as far as non-airplane or direct car travel, we actually park our car at the Greyhound station's garage. It is the garage we're parking at is above the Greyhound depot. So it is literally behind the Westin. It is across the street from the official main hotel. It is across the street and half a block away from the hotel we stayed at. It is across the street from 2 other hotels the other directions. It is catty corner from the convention center itself. Like literally the bottom corner of the conventions. The corner of the convention center where the 3rd floor event room is touching the intersection where catty corner from the bottom end of the bus station. And across the street, just, the other, not, again, catty corner to the Weston's block is the bus station. So if you came Amtrak, it's there. You're right there. Train, right there. Bus, right there. Airport, 30-minute bus ride into town. And they've really improved the transit around town for Anthrocon. They have shuttle buses running all constantly from all of the hotels to the convention center itself. And this year they were those big like cruise liner ones. The big like go on a trip buses that we rented a bus for the bus trip bus. You got to go up like a half a flight of stairs to get into. Those things. They were running a bunch of those through town for us. Wow. They made the in-town actual buses look stupid compared to these things. It was swank. So, yeah. It makes it a lot easier to get around. I'm actually really sensitive to heat in the summer compared to like wearing my fursuit indoors in May. You mean the charter? Yeah, that kind. Charter buses, those kind. Used to drive. Then you know what you'd be getting in for. And they were parking. So if you were to want to say you got a hotel room, sadly, all the way down at the Hilton, down by the Point. Yeah, that's a hike to the convention center. You walk out of your hotel, you stand by the Furry bus stop, you get up into that charter bus, and you comfortably air-condition ride from the Hilton down Penn Avenue, and they drop you off right underneath the convention center, right next to the door. You're out for like a minute from the bus to the escalators up, and you're in like Flint. And from looking at the Pokefurs and Anthrocon map, it is definitely verified. Anthrocon really is all the way to using hotel space across the river over the Smithfield Street Bridge by where, say, the Texas de Brazil and the Melting Pot are, that I mentioned earlier, and where Buca de Beppo used to be. I think there's still a few of the smaller foods over by the mall, too, if you were staying at that hotel, like fast foody type stuff, in case you were hungry. Any case, yeah, there were people listed in that hotel across the road, like, wow. And yes, the shuttle buses were going all the way over there, across the bridge, to pick people up. It is awesome. Anthrocon cares about the fact that its people are spread out, and it is doing its best to accommodate and make sure everyone gets to come to the con and nobody feels like they have to hike a mile. And as far as things out of suit, say going to food, most food you can get to within 2 blocks of Anthrocon without any major standing around, and usually in the shade. And if you go like 3 or 4 blocks, you make it all the way to Market Square, where there are a bunch of fast casual / fast food options. Like the Permani Brothers I went to. There's a Noodles and Company over there. There's a quick service sushi place over there, which is actually really good. And some other bars and fast foody things. I can get like there's Chipotle over there and stuff. All sorts of basic eats. Lots of stuff over there. That's one of the business lunch plazas in town. So lots of places that are normally prepared to service like 3 city blocks worth of people that come down on their lunch breaks all at the same stupid time. So, not a bad situation. I have never even considered doing like Uber Eats, DoorDash, or whatever while I was in Pittsburgh, because it was never an issue. You were always just a block away from something delicious of all sorts. Pizzas, pastas, Thai food, Greek, tacos, meatball place, Chinese, like everything, effing everything in town. I heard other people that made the adventure out Station Square, not Station Square, Strip District direction. I didn't walk that direction at all this year. Apparently there's so many more of the fast food places have moved into the first parts of the Strip District. So only a few blocks out that direction, and you have another array of all of the fasties. Including, they even mentioned, I believe, a Chipotle was out that way too, in case you didn't walk the other direction from one of those. Plenty of breakfasty joints in town as well, because again, business. There's a lot of office building business there. On our way to the Chinese place, because we were walking down Grant, we walked past the Duncans, the Einsteins, and the Brugers. Just in our path from our hotel to the Chinese place we were eating at. 3 breakfast pastry joints. And I know there are more of them in town. That's just the 3 I walked past getting to that one location. The Duncans has the fastest service. Just saying. We used to stay in the Omni, so we used to venture those ones all a lot. And Omni doesn't have free breakfast, but they have the Brugers is in their first floor, as well as another coffee shop. Used to be a Starbucks, it's something else now, but it's still the same kind of thing as a Star Schmucks. Walk over a block, and you hit the Duncans. Walk over to the next block, and that's where the Einsteins is. So, whatever your flavor is, and whoever ain't busy, that's where you get your breakfast at. I just like the fact that Dunkin's, I get a Boston cream donut with my egg sandwich and my coffee.
Unless your mind broadcast, and then you just go with McDonald's.
Meow. No. No, go get you Dunkin's. Get a better sandwich.
But I don't have the money for Dunkin'. I have the money for McDonald's.
But Dunkin's, honestly, the Dunkin's just as cheap for breakfast as McDonald's is for the egg sandwich.
Yeah, but I could put the McDonald's hash brown in the McGriddle to make it even better.
That's fair. But Dunkin's has better coffee.
I don't drink coffee.
How do your eyeballs work? And how do you braid?
energy drinks.
Oh.
Monster and Ghost. Or C4.
I don't drink
One of the
either.
three.
You don't drink
Or you're a bad
coffee
kid.
either?
I don't drink coffee, and I stopped drinking energy drinks a long time ago.
How do you brain? How do your eyeballs even stay in an open position?
She's a Babkin. She has Babkin energy.
Impossible.
Just like Denny has figured out that she can fight back whenever I call her a Babkin.
Glazed donuts. I agree.
I come back and Red Cat is sitting in front of me.
It does that.
Where do I turn this thing off?
Should be on the wall near the spawn area. We're gonna have to show the Babkin where to turn it off.
Bread cat can be annoying sometimes. I'm assuming there's discussion about other donut places. Honestly, I don't know of any other donut places in downtown Pittsburgh. I do know that Noob's mom picked us up a dozen donuts from a donut place near her, which were in our hotel room all weekend and were delicious. Yeah? Huh? I've been noodled. Kind of tangy. A little hint of spice.
You've been noodled?
Caddie's been given nudes.
Just a hint of heat. What was in that?
Well, this is my attempt at drunken noodles with what we have on hand. We don't have everything on hand, but this is my attempt to get something close.
I like it. I will ask you about that later. I want to know what you did because if it's something we don't have that we could have, I'll pick it up when I go out next time.
Fish sauce and oyster sauce.
And one damn good noodle.
Actually, we have both of those.
I did use the. You have something that has fish sauce in it. I forget what it is, but I used that.
Oh, there's oyster sauce on the counter. But the fish sauce in the door, it's got a bunch of congee on it of some kind. We have the Vietnamese one. It's a big bottle, like a wine bottle. Ari's here. Hello, Ari Bun Bun. I guess that means you made it home. Congratulations, Bus Bun. How's your bum? Is it feeling okay? Is it asleep? I can't hear the others in the discussion. I know. I've tried to up their volume as much as I can.
Real question, is your ass flat traveling?
Legs sore. I am so sorry. Butt sore. Also sorry. I have ADHD.
Like from when we have to travel to Idaho or Denver. We always, when we get home, we're like, is your ass flat? Flat ass?
Mine usually is by the time I finish driving home. That's only 5-ish hours drive. I have ADHD. Caffeine never worked on me. Neither has my brain. Well, you know, neither thing is important. Caffeine and I have a complicated relationship, but I don't like coffee. I'll drink soda in the morning over coffee, as by the time I get coffee, how I like it, I might as well have other sugary things. This is fair. I love coffee. It works. Coffee doesn't make me bouncy, jittery, crazy like some people get. Coffee makes me level. It doesn't make me awake and not able to sleep. It doesn't make me bouncing off the walls, and it doesn't put me to sleep. It just kind of zones me to normality. And I actually love the flavor of coffee, so I make a point to enjoy it. No, it's okay. Stimkey, probably after being in a bus for 38 hours. I bet you are. Shower, please. Well, it's crazy. It was wonderful seeing you too, sweet little Ari. You are everything in a bag of potato chips. You are exactly how I would have expected you to be. Except the beard. Beard I didn't see coming. Otherwise, you are exactly how I thought you'd be. And you are perfectly cuddly, perfectly wonderful, and I do miss you. I look forward to seeing you online later. Yay! Go take a nice hot bath. I like ice caps from Tim Hortons. Nice. They are tasty. We have one of those in town. I can get Timmy's. Yay! They are coffee how I like it. Beard because lazy. This is fair. You're allowed to have beard. I have no beard because shave and itchy. Beard soup, Ari.
Because my beard is too glorious to shave.
This is also
Red.
fine.
Bright red beard.
Am no
It'd be
soup.
illegal for me to shave it.
It feels so. Oh, well, Ari was soup with us during the weekend. We played Fanboy Soup in the hot tub. So he did become part of Fanboy Soup for a bit. Hot bath turns you into soup. Hmm?
Bottom of your slippers have beans on the bottom of them.
They do. They're paw printed. I accept this. Yes. Out of all of my shortlist group of people who I was kind of going to Anthrocon with, which I will include Ari's hotel room, which was Ari, Raven, Angel, and Numi. I really loved seeing all of you as part of my McCord departure crew. You all really did a good job of helping make sure my con was fun and making sure I had a great time. And I love that for all of you. It was really great to have you in my life for that time in real life. And I'm happy I get to see that 4 of you online still at least. Go soup and relax muscles. Maybe shower first, Japanese style. Yeah. Yeah, Ari, you're awesome. You're a good Badoy. It was amazing seeing you. Aww. I try to be something worth seeing. I hope you enjoyed the fact that I didn't wear normal boy clothes the entire time you saw me. And Fopsy, too. If they're reading Datum. The tool. The two. TD, TD, tada, doo dada, TD. We got you, Billy. I should have expected. Yes. I don't know if she's reading. She probably has her headphones on while eating noodles that she made, which, by the way, yeah, they actually tasted really good. And seeing as how she was only missing 2 ingredients, which I actually do, we do have and where are, we can do this. I have a plan. I should have expected. You should. Meow. Meow. But it was really nice to see so many people. And being the weird, outgoing, strange creature I am, I often would go out and by myself fursuiting because, I'll be honest, it is easier. Go away, bread cat. It is easier. All right, we're going to go find out how to turn bread cat off. I do not need that. She's not there.
Right there on the wall, on the miscellaneous. Send Toast Cat to daycare.
Toast cat, where is it?
Should be under.
I'm in miscellaneous.
Memory rhythm game should be right underneath that.
Oh, there we are. Send Toast cat to. It's already checked.
Uncheck it, he'll go away.
Okay. Good. I did not need that in my face anymore. She kept running in. I was like, I'm not far enough back that I should be in the wall. Why is there something in me? I was like, oh, it's the stupid cat. So I kept getting close to the camera because I thought I'd actually weasel my way into the wall, into the back of the bed behind me. That's good enough. Oh, Caddie, if you can access Netflix, you should check out K-pop Demon Hunters. If you like it, we do have Netflix. We have the ad version, which is fine.
That is a good movie.
I'll put on the to-do list. Bad cat. Bad bread cat gone.
Somehow I let the Babkin watch that. I'm a horrible Babkin sitter.
Yeah, you're fine.
I give her the towel and tell her to go leave me alone for a couple hours.
That's what you should do.
Lucky Heart would let me watch it.
Oh.
And then I teach her like 3 swear words too.
So we blame the Angel Bab kid for letting you watch it. Got it.
No, Auntie Cuddle Shy lets her do it.
Oh.
Because Cuddle Shy is an aunt, and lets her do that stuff after teaching her 2 cuss words.
We're gonna send the little angel back to angelic preschool. I mean, she always was talking about before she was skipping her angelic classes to hang out and chat with people. So she's eventually gonna have gotten held back all the way till she was back at angelic preschool. That's just how math works, isn't it?
So what you're saying is, Angel's been playing skunk all these years.
Yeah, basically. Naughty children. Naughty girl.
Funny enough, that's how my parents met, was playing skunk.
I met my first.
Old CB radios.
I met my girlfriend I had shortly after college. And she was supposedly in college. But I found out after I was fairly committed to that relationship and had my feet in deeper than I needed to be. Yeah, she was paying for college, for classes, and never went to any of them. She would just go in and go to the computer lab and sit and chat in chat rooms all day. I had no idea that's why I had so much accessibility to talk with her. Because she was physically at school. Her grandmother would drop her off there every morning. She had classes she was supposed to go to. She just didn't. I knew as an adult, I'm paying for the college. I can not go to it if I so choose to on any given day. But I'm also paying for the college. So I want to make sure I get to it and learn everything I can.
It's different when the government pays for it. Then you can do whatever.
Like, when I was in high school and stuff, I looked forward to sick days because that was a day off of school. Because most of it was repeated stuff because everyone else was like 90% slower than me. So I learned on day 1 whatever we were trying to get taught. And then we'd have 4 more days to learn the same lesson that week. And I was going to be bored out of my mind. So if I was sick, it means I just got to stay home and watch sitcoms all day. And then...
The Price is Right.
Yeah, The Price is Right, of course. You need your Bob Barker in your day. I didn't stay in college. You know, that's fine. I'm not blaming anyone for not staying in college. I was mad at her for telling me she was taking college classes and paying for the college classes and just not showing up to them. It's one thing to fail. Like, at that point, you tried. It's one thing to stop. And it's another thing to just pretend you're doing it and just not show up and lie to me about it. Not dumb enough to waste the money. You know, that is a fair answer. There is nothing wrong with not finishing college if it was not going to be something that's going to be worth it in the end for you. If it's not going to get you a better job, what's the point of being in debt for like decades worth of your life, of your eventual income? If I'm not going to put in the work, why spend the money? This is fair. You know what? I respect that way more than I respected her in the fact that she was just going to waste her money and her family's money going to college to not go to college. Hell, I went to mine. I graduated with a solid 4.0, missing less than 2 full days of class throughout 2 years. And I felt like my education was not worth the money I paid for it, even with as much grants and stuff as I had. It was not worth it.
Yeah, I feel that. I graduated with a 3.8, I think. And I was on the honor roll twice in junior high.
Wow.
What a good that does for you.
Oh, yeah. High school, I graduated as the valedictorian. I was top of my class in high school, and then I graduated college with a solid 4.0 GPA. None of that means anything. Yeah, I reckon it's about inability, not wanting to do better, so drop. Yeah, honestly, you saw you're not going to succeed at it and it wasn't going to be worth your time and effort. I more respect the fact that you understood that, and that's when you discontinued. I look at the people I knew also in college at the time. Several are out with the diploma and major debt. Exactly. If you didn't have a lot of grants or scholarships and stuff, at best you might have like the Pell Grant or whatever, and that's like, oh, good. That's like $5,000 a year that you're getting off your college. And even if you're going to community college, you're still either racking up loans or your parents are paying out a shit ton of money. And that's just for even community college. We're not talking if you went to somewhere that you're having to go far away from, one of the big fancy schmancy name ones like Harvard or Yale, or I just, those are the only ones I like know the names of. But, you know, anything that's not like your local Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh community college or whatevs, you're going to be paying and spending a lot of money for that piece of paper you're getting.
Oh, you got money for Pell Grant. Can I, instead of use that to go to college, can I just have that in my bank account instead?
Would love.
I more use to have it for it that way.
Would love. And one thing I learned, you know, in my later years, past when I had time and energy to be able to do this, one of the better options, whatever you're going to do with your college education, you already know you have a certain amount of base classes you have to get squeezed in there. There's no point in going to your Harvey Yale zone to take English 101, Math 101, all your starter stuff at the expensive place. Go to your community college for the first couple of years and do all your basics. Everything you know that you would need for any degree. You don't even have to commit to what you're going to do at that point. Just for the first 2 years, cover all your bottom lines. Your math, your English, your business communications, whatever you're going to have to take. And assuming you get accepted to whatever finalizing school you want to go to, like some law school or a medical school or art history school, whatever you're planning on doing, then you take your 2 years worth of starter credits from all your base classes. You move to your expensive college for only 2 years instead of 4. And you can get your bachelor's in whatever it is you're trying, or potentially a master's or doctorate, depending on how far you're going. And your first couple of years were spent inexpensive and getting your feet wet with college before you are potentially probably farther away from home and in the place that's costing more per year to exist at. Just a thought. But, you know, for everybody watching this, you're probably already too far in the game to try that. You probably already need to have a job just to pay for your regular life, so go to colleges if you can squeeze in the time. Tech school, if you can find the core stuff, yeah, just make sure it's not a for-profit school. I learned almost nothing in 2 years and spent way too much money. But it's also to find stuff that actually transfers sometimes. See, that's why you start with the really super basic classes, like your basic maths, your basic English, your basic history. Look into what is going to be transferable before you start that process. Like, check out the college that's your plan and your sub plan, and make sure that what's your Pittsburgh Community College is going to have what if the credit is transferable, take that class. If it is not transferable, just skip that and work on that whenever you get to location B. Or just self-learn using Google. LOL, my brother learned cybersecurity. See, there's stuff like that too. But if it is you're specifically going for a degree, if that's actually your life plan, there are other options than spending, $500,000 at Harvard and having to pay that for the rest of your life. And I will hydrate. Yes, please. LOL, yeah. Oh, the basic math didn't actually transfer because raisins. Yeah, that's why I say definitely look into your final destination college before you put in those base credit items. Because no point in taking a math class if it's not going to transfer. But if the English class, the history class, the whatever that you can just take credits for towards your final game, get them in there. Just get it done. And hydrating. Fun fact I did learn while I was in college. Most of the time whenever you do the transfer credits thing, they don't transfer as like, A, B, C, D, whatever. They transfer as pass or fail, which equivalates to pretty much always a C for the base stuff. So for normal class stuff. So assuming your math and English, etc., will transfer, you just be transferring straight C's. For someone like me, that would drive me crazy because I was always a straight A student. But the idea that I could just pass this place and know in my head that I got all A's at Pittsburgh Community College and that I moved to Princeton out in California. I'm doing the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air thing. And then I take all the basic classes out with me to Princeton and just go, and I've checked off my first 2 years, and I'm ready for whatever it is I came here to learn. The refresher in algebra was nice. This is fair.
That's funny. I can't recall once where I've had to use algebra in real life.
Algebra, no. Geometry, yes.
We all know circle goes in the square hole.
But I actually use the geometry for making dresses and stuff. It's how I figure out shapes. I still can't do the trigging up. That's fair. It starts getting interesting past that. And to be honest, everything past algebra, unless you're going for a very, very math-based career, everything past algebra is pretty much guaranteed not necessary. Algebra is potentially useful in some computer science. Whenever you get into the crazy stuff above that, it's past normality. Geometry and algebra, I get. I was looking at comp sci. Nice, nice. I definitely would recommend the college I went to. It was originally called Pittsburgh Technical Institute. I don't know what it's called now. They moved out to a location out by the airport at Pittsburgh instead of in downtown during the time I was going. So I did my first year in downtown and my second year out at the new campus that was still not completely furnished, but it was furnished for enough room they were using at the moment. Then if I had stuck with it, I'd have done just IT, but that's flooded. Although I remember protos can be picky on types of RAM. So I'm glad I didn't. Yeah. Just sell NFTs for money. No. That's why I need to make a cryptocurrency. And convince people they need fluff coin. Get them all to buy fluff coin. Then take all of my stake out of it and sell it. And then I get all the money. Just like all the other cryptocurrencies that have gone out. Except for potentially Bitcoin and maybe Ethereum. I think those two are actually still basically functioning. Well, whale cad pig. Hell yeah, I'd whale it. I would whale the heck out of it.
Are we referring to the Save the Kids coin that FaZe Clan tried to do?
I'm referring to like all of them. There have been dozens, if not hundreds, of crypto coins out there that were made as cash grabs, punch outs. People would start them and just know they are going to fail and sell out the second they're able to, and then watch the market tank.
Rug pull, then seconds later you just dump everything.
Yep. So, yeah.
Achievement received. Scumbag.
I am happy to see so much of the blockchain is much quicker dying. So most of the NFT garbage, most of the cryptocurrencies are losing traction. So happy to see that. Amusingly happy to see the AI bubble slowly starting to pop already. It's amazing how quickly companies are realizing, the ones that are actually doing the AI, how much it is not actually returning them any money. If anything, all of them had been basically lossing it. So yeah, there are already quite a few AI companies that have folded, and I expect more along the way. Even the big names that like were just dumping money into it like no tomorrow, whether or not they were getting anything back from it, I have a feeling are going to be roping off sooner. Yes, it is going to be a slow burn death, because those companies invested billions upon billions into this process. So they want to at least get their theoretical, points worth out of before they, close the doors on the water destroy facilities.
I'm not entirely sure Google is going to... We all know Google probably isn't going to drop their Gemini project.
Well, Google's one of the few companies that just prints money. They are a solid unit of finance. But even groups like Microsoft they dumped a lot of finance into it to do their things, and it's all just a slow, sad burn, and will just whimper out in not too long.
Yeah, because that's all we need is Terminators.
And the worst part is, what we have as AI now is barely more complicated than what we had as AI, at what we had as just auto prompter things back in the late 90s, the early 2000s. It's just slowly getting more interesting, and anything that was at all semi-intelligent programming, like flowchart stuff, companies start calling it AI just to make it sound better. It's like saying when you put peppers, onions, and oil in a pan and you cook it, you call it sautéing because it's fancier. Now you fry them peppers and onions.
Yeah, that's the public version of AI. We don't know what kind of AI they're actually hiding, not letting us know about.
No. Honestly, no. They don't. They don't have anything better. The stuff that we know about is just only a half a step behind the stuff they have created. Period. The AIs are not AI. The AIs are effectively self-learning flowchart systems. And to make them smarter, they need more and more fast processing, more and more high-end GPU processing, more and more high-end RAMs and CPUs, more and more data storage to store all of these solution codes that they have come up with to all of these different questions. So, yes, potentially we can have a smarter auto confirming system as time goes by, but the curve of storage getting better, getting more stuff in smaller space, we are starting to hit another major wall. The curve is really slowed down. You don't see people saying, yeah, I just built a new computer and I have 50 terabytes of hard drive in it. No, like 10 years ago, you heard them say I had a terabyte. Now you hear them say they got 4 terabytes. It's the curve has slowed down dramatically compared to the previous growth rates. RAM has barely gone up as to what normal people use. Yes, there's faster RAM, but you're going only from, say, 4 to 8 in your higher end gaming rigs 10 to 15 years ago to 16 to 32 for most people. Yes, you can get 64. Yes, you can get up to 192 on some other boards and processors. But the needs are still only at about 16 for most actual gaming. And the GPUs...
Unless you're Microsoft and you just come out with your new quantum computer chip.
Yeah. And as far as GPUs goes, the limits are starting to get hit. The previous chips were built on a 5 nanometer design. 5 nanometers. They're down to working with 3 nanometers. That is hella tiny. We are getting to the point where tools will not work past that point. The 3 nanometers boards have actually had the most problems because dispersing heat from something that small, from the capacitors that small, the fact that electricity, it is tiny in of itself, but it can jump if connectors are close enough. And when you're talking 3 nanometers, that is like practically an invisible size. That is so tiny. So it is awesome that we've gotten down to 3 nanometer dies, but the fact that we're still at a stage where those are failing on a moderate basis. So the more Also, the more of them they're printing at that size, the higher the probability is going to be a fudge in the process. Meaning, instead of, say, a 10% loss yield printing 5 nanometer chips, they're looking more at a 50 to 60% loss or more on the 3 nanometer chips. Yes, that'll get better over time, potentially. But now we're down to 3 nanometers. And it's hard to go smaller than that, because that's microscopic.
Are they going to try and go subatomic at that point?
Well, no, because at some point you no longer have space to make a capacitor to make the processor actually be something. We are literally at the point where they don't have a capacitor smaller to go smaller. Even if they could cut down to 1 or 2 nanometers thick, they are literally past the wall. Like I said, at 3 nanometers, the traces are so close. One of the problems they have that things are failing at is the electricity is for trying to go to capacitor A, B, or C is potentially jumping the tracks going to the next line over.
So we got to go bigger.
See, that's the thing. That is the actual remaining problem. All of these AI farms are huge. They are buying like pallets worth of GPU processors and VRAM to run all these AI centers. Pallets of the damn things. And they just be like lined up, hundreds of them plugged into a single system. It is crazy how much technology we are. Stuff like this is actually why our GPUs are so expensive and so rare at the moment, because NVIDIA has been dedicating so much of their product line, so much of their dies, so much of their printed chips and VRAM to put towards AI centers, not towards the gamers, not towards those of us who want to use their products that we've been buying for decades. And not to mention the amount of energy it's taking to cool and power these places. Like Microsoft was at least I heard, was paying to power on 3 Mile Island again. They want to turn on a deactivated nuclear reactor just to run an AI data center. They want to turn on a nuclear reactor to run a data center. I did not stutter there. This sounds stupid. I don't want an RTX 50 series. No, it's not, because they're not that great. Comparatively, they're barely better than the 40 series. The only reason you'd say you'd want a 50 series if you really wanted NVIDIA and you wanted a card now, because they stopped making anything below that. Modern GPUs suck. They used to be such a great improvement with minimal cost change every couple of years. Not so much anymore. Major cost change, minimal improvement. I almost was going to buy a better GPU this year. Before the world broke. But now I'm not. Or else based on frame gen. Yeah. The only way we're improving stuff at this point is the modular chiplets thing that a lot of the producers are doing, like AMD's CPUs. They, instead of printing one solid chip that is their processor, that's the new A4 whatever, they produce a bunch of little chip pieces that get assembled onto the single piece of effectively silicone or whatever, and then that is your processor. That way they can now, instead of trying to expand by shrinking, so they can make, yeah, that's smart, yeah. I'd rather go back to the 30 series and build a different path. This is fair. Yeah, it's smart. I believe I heard Intel was working on a similar direction with their processors. And I'm not sure about how AMD is doing that in relation to their GPUs, but it probably is similar. And it'd be cool if NVIDIA would also go that direction as well, because then they can have a higher yield. So less waste and more power in what is already a big-ass space. I just buy Thermal, take Mozart TX, and go nuts on this PC build. Yeah.
From what I heard, the Mozart XT, you can basically put 2 systems in it. It's basically a mini server rack.
Nice.
And it's a computer case which is really tall. And has 50 bays in it and stuff.
Nice. I do know, I've known more than a few people that instead of making their computer in a standard tower case, they will set up a rack mount. Oh yeah, the cheap GPU market got weird. It really did. But instead of making, say, a regular cool-ass gaming rig, they'll get a tall server case that's big enough to put in, say, your standard big-ass GPU. Basically a desktop case, just with rack mountability. And then they can mount that in a server rack. And if they want to make a file server, they just get another couple U-size server, rack it in there. And server hardware is not inaccessible to normal people. You can, say, get your router and have it be a rack-mounted router. Get a firewall, rack mount that in. Get a backup system, get that mounted in there. And just instead of having your computer be your computer, you could have your computer be actually a rack-mounted solution. If you have a square spot near where your desk is, it's not an outside of the possibilities option. And it's in no way limiting if you, say, got a rack mount case that was big enough for a full ATX board and big enough to mount. I just use whatever the current biggest NVIDIA is. So I would measure up the size of the 5090 and go, okay, this and maybe a little bit more. Make sure I have space for that in my case. And make sure it's big enough to do that. And you can be set. I had trouble finding a 10 to the third O. LOL. Just use Protos for weight. No, 1030. For just 4K video and not for actual gaming. One thing. Oh, jeez. Just realized I'm Proto. You are Proto. My ports are for cords that don't exist. LOL. Like stuff for the Mac 2 and stuff. Silly Proto. But there are a lot of options out there depending on what you want to do with your computer life. Depending on how much toe you dip into this world. And you don't have to go whole hog into the rack mount system. PS2 port only, sorry. Oh, silly things I want to try with ProtoHead. They seem different. Yeah. You could always do stuff like we did, and when we built new gaming rigs last year, I just took most of the guts of the two previous models, which were basically exactly the same, jammed everything I could in together, kept the rest of the other one as spare parts, and turned it into the file server in the living room. Just ran Ethernet cable out there, and boom. We have all of our mass storage on one computer that has to stay on, not both of our computers. And the noise is out of the room for all the spinny disks. And all of that load is off of my gaming rig. I don't have to worry about it slowing me down if someone's copying a file off me, or if Windows decides to re-index my drive or something random in the middle of my day. Grumble, grumble. But it makes everybody's day a little easier in that case. And it's extra fast because I stuck all the RAM out of our two previous gaming rigs, so it's got 64 gigs of RAM. And all it has to do is look for files and send them on over to me. I used to have that connector gear. Yeah. Silly, I'm not a proto. I am...
You might have to read that in Yoda's voice.
Silly, I am not. Proto, I am. That made more sense that way. Anthrocon is over. Yes, it is, sadly, and I am back home. But welcome in there, Wishstream. It was a really great con. I had an excellent time. I am looking forward to next year as well. The staff has really been getting their hands on what to do with their space and their quantity of people over these years. They are really efficient. The reg line moved so much better this year than last year. Getting in and out of the dealer's room has been so much easier the last few years. It has not felt crowded most of the time. This convention runs like a well-oiled machine for as much as anyone needs to know. I remember having USB to PS2 connectors, and good. Yes, actually, me too. I have a few of those I keep around just in case of emergency. And yeah, I agree. It's really good that Anthrocon has managed to make it so. They have it squared out. Yeah, same here. The ride was long. Oh, were you at Anthrocon? Oh, I hope you had a great time. Next MFF? Awesome. I hope you have a good time there. MMF? Isn't that the one in Germany? MMF? My display port is the old screw-in ones. That's not necessarily terrible. Is it the VGA or the DVI?
VGA.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Those ones that you have to, when you plug it in, you have to screw it to make sure it don't come loose.
Well, yeah, so DVI did that too. DVI is actually the same pinout technically as HDMI. But it is the big white screw-ins.
Yeah.
So that's
Mine's the blue.
yeah, that's the VGA. But that's one of the few things you can convert that actually is not a conversion. Like you convert HDMI to VGA or HDMI to VGA or to DisplayPort or whatever. There's actually conversion involved in there. When you convert HDMI to DVI, it is literally just copy swap the pins to the right locations. They just change the shape from a big plug to just a little insert, like in the back of your TV.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. Yeah. They use the same science on the other sides. It's so cool.
Yeah.
One of my monitors still has a DVI connection to it. It only had the DVI and the VGAs on it, but DVI is at least good enough. Till that monitor dies, though, I ain't replacing it because, well, it's a side plane. It's displaying stuff.
Yeah.
Oops, MFF. Cable adapter. Okay, so it's MFF you're going to next. Well, that's the same one for me. MFF is my fall. Looking forward to that one. Pack up my crap and drive the other direction. Drive west instead of east. Over to Chi-Town. To once again see Nepal. Huh?
Data East.
Data east.
The game company that was evil. That was questionable.
Yeah. But it's good. I get to see Nepal at both those cons, so she's definitely a regular at both as well. She at least has been staff at both of them. I'm not sure if that's always going to be the case, but either way, I do look forward to seeing her in both events. In fact, I'm wondering where she is now, because she said she was going to be in late. We're getting pretty darn late.
Maybe she got tired and just went to bed.
I don't know. She usually would at least say hi. Meow. Miss my pussy. I need her. I need her to explode. This happens to me sometimes.
Stay behind and help clean up Anthrocon.
Oh, she did. She was late getting back, but she is home. I know that much. Because she messaged me when she was one, when she got home. Two, during today to let me know from work that she was going to be late joining me because of, well, work. Fecking work. When I talked to her at some point on Sunday, she's like, yeah, I'm going to come over. I'll see you in your hotel room Sunday night. I should be out by about midnight. I was like, okay, cool. I'll see you. By about midnight 30, I messaged her, I need crash. I can't stay up later. So I went to bed. She barely replied back at a little after 1 saying, finally got out of the convention center. I'll see you tomorrow in the morning. In AFC 2. No, unfortunately, I do not go to AFC. I hope you have a good time at it, though. I mean, every con's potentially a good con.
That's an interesting detail.
What?
The glitter in the hair on that avatar is bunny shaped.
Well,
They're little tiny bunny shapes all in the little glitter on the hair.
I'm okay with this.
I kind of didn't notice until I actually looked at it.
Well, we only have time and energy for 2 cons. We are getting what you would call OLD. And cons are a lot of energy to pack up for, be at, and get back from. Not to mention the money that it costs to go on vacation for a week, more than twice a year. It starts to add up quick. So we have 2 we actually like to go to. They happen to be at the opposite ends of the year, so it makes it a lot easier. Have I considered going to other ones? Absolutely. IFC is only a couple hours south of me. Whatever they call the one up in Michigan isn't far away. Because I think that changed names twice or so. But that's, again, really close, but we just haven't done it. They got a new Ohio one since Morphicon eventually perped out. Still not sure if I trust that after how much not fun Morphicon was. But I got options. If I have the time and energy to deal with more than one con, more than 2 cons in a year, that'd be a thing. But yeah. Oh, speaking of protos, I seen art of a CRT old gateway computer looking ones like old Mac design. Nice. Yeah, those were kind of cool.
Do you remember the Gateway computers that came in the cow-colored boxes?
Yes, yes, I do. That was around the time that Gateway and Dell were basically fighting for the home mail-in market.
Too bad the worst of the two had to win.
That's kind of debatable. They were both bad. I actually had sided with Dell when I was in my early 20s, and I got a Dell.
Yeah, but Dell didn't come in a cow box.
No, but they had a lot more stable options in the late 90s, early 2000s. The only thing I would be mad at Dell about is what they do now, and that's unfortunate. Proprietary power supplies and motherboards.
And buying Alienware and essentially pulling an EA and murdering them.
Well, I don't care that one way or the other. I'm more annoyed at their regular computers. If you're willing to waste your money on a pre-built, overpriced box, that's your own problem. I don't care who owns the name of it. Pay somebody like me. I'd do better at cheaper. Anyway, what I was wanting to talk about was Dell moved to all of their proprietary motherboards and power connectors. So if you ever try to upgrade a Dell now, other than maybe, if you're lucky, an extra M.2 slot on there with another hard drive, you practically have to buy a whole new motherboard from them. And if your power supply ever dies, you have to buy a Dell power supply. You cannot go buy a Cooler Master, a Thermalite, or an EVGA power supply. No, you actually have to buy a Dell power supply, unless you're also swapping out your motherboard. And hopefully you get all the parts, you can easily then remount your processor and your RAM in there, and Windows doesn't get mad at you that this is a different computer and you have to buy another copy of Windows. Also assuming you can still fit it back in that case once you switch out the power supply and motherboard, because they don't necessarily have the same standoffs as a ATX or a mini ATX or something like that. So, yeah.
God, apparently Nintendo's doing that same thing with the Switch 2.
Well, we never expected the Switch 2 to be modular and switch-outable. The first Switch wasn't either.
Their docks, you can't use an aftermarket dock. You have to actually use one from Nintendo.
People will get around that very quickly. That will not take long. If it's not inside of a case, there are ways around it. I guarantee you within a year, if there aren't already now as we speak, aftermarket docks that will work with the Switch 2. Guarantee you within a year that's going to have happened, if it has not already.
It's alright, take a picture of your head, because I was trying to get so I can show you the bunnies and the hair later.
Oh, it's okay. I can just go to the Avatar testing world and look at myself from all the angles. I do that all the time. That's my home world now.
Woods was a little bit too heavy.
Well, after my computer was crashing a lot there, I moved to something that was simple and has a mirror turned on by default. So not only does it have a mirror turned on by default, it also has a virtual you turned on by default that you can walk around 360 degrees and see what you look like from all angles.
If I remember right, Heartwood actually said she would update her homeworld if she had the files.
Yeah.
Like, she knows it's broken, but she can't fix it.
It's big, it's pretty, I like it, but I gave up making that my load point because I'm not going to stay there anyway. I've been there, I've streamed from there before, so it's not like I need to go back to it all the time. But it's not one I'm going to forget. it's just not one I'm going to have as my, I'm popping in. I just want to make sure I loaded well before I go somewhere else. Just ends up wasting time with loading that world up to then go, all right, I'm here. Look at the mirror. Yep, my stuff looks right. And then trying to go find a world from then. It was, before I got everyone to understand the very important fact, okay, on Monday nights, when Caddie's streaming, even if you're someone that's going to join me when I'm streaming, do not request off of me till I've started streaming. Step 1. Caddie would turn on turn on VR. Step 2. Caddie would turn on VR chat. Step 3. Caddie goes potty, fills up water, gets a snack, stretches a little bit before I'm going to be sitting down, and then I'm sitting at my desk, and then I see 17 requests from Denny trying to come join me. And I haven't even found a world to be in yet. Frustrating. So, yeah,
I would say you need the step to look cute, but that step's already been fulfilled every time you get up in the...
No. But it's always frustrating when I'd be sitting down here, I'd get my headset on, I'd be like, I have a few minutes, I need to go find a world, and I have like a page of requests sitting in front of me. I'm like, I'm not answering any of that until I get where I'm going. Also, fun fact, this is for everyone. If you need to message me for something I should remember after the stream, please message it to me so I remember it for after stream. I tell fam to do that for me a lot. It's actually really helpful because then I have a message waiting for me and I deal with it.
Well, I do. I try to, but I feel like I don't want to disturb or anything.
Yeah, but don't message me to try to have a chit chat with me in Instant Messenger while I'm streaming. I'm not going to respond. Don't be mad when I don't respond during a stream because you messaged me on Telegram and I didn't see it because I'm not looking for it. Also, bonus. If it is a chat stream night like tonight, you want to talk to me, there's a box right there. Please type in the box. Type words at me. I'll read them and I'll respond to them right now. Now. In fact, I'm here right now. If you want to talk, please talk. Talk to me. Talk to me now. Because when I sign off, I'm done talking. So 11:15 after I've gotten off here, or whenever I sign off. No, this is not when you message me and want to have a conversation. No, I'm done being conversating. I've been talking for 4 hours at that point plus. I'm done. My talking is over. If you wanted to talk, it was here. Here, talking. I'm available. I make myself available to talk to all of you. Unless you're me and your brain comes up with sussy joke, might upset Twitch. Okay, see, if it's something short and small, that's fine. But I'm not going to go and have like... You don't need to bother me for the epic conversation of all of your lifespan as soon as I get off of my stream. I'm done talking. I have enough people that have tried to do that to me, and oh my god, that is frustrating. I don't not want to talk to all of you. At that moment, though, I'm done. I'm here. I'm around all day. Most evenings I stream, and at least one evening a week, usually Monday, this week Tuesday, I dedicate specifically for talking, not for playing games and talking. I'm here just to talk to all of you. Talk to me during that time. Don't message me when I get done with that time or want to have your personal special moment with me. If you want to talk to me besides this, any other time during the day, I'm usually near my desk. If I'm not around because I'm grocery shopping, I'll let you know. But yeah, Purple monkey dishwasher. That gets hard on me because I feel bad. I don't want to tell people. Seriously, I'm done talking to humans. Why do you need me more? I'm done wordsing. Can I be done wordsing now? No. No, I can't. You want to gab at me more. Thanks. Thanks.
I will say about that joke when I sent it to you.
Yeah.
I said I was afraid of what Twitch was saying. You kind of read it out loud.
Yeah. Oh, you know me. I'm going to read things anyway.
And then Jack had to figure out had to know what that joke was.
Yeah, I sent it to him. I shared. I was nice. I am going to try and be more social and be on VR chat more often. I can't guarantee everyone gets to have personal time with Caddie. I'm still considering getting the VR chat plus for at least a month so I can make a group and then be able to do group instances and whatnot. So I'd like to do that, but again, that's an expense. And it's hard to even commit to whatever it is, $5 a month to have VR chat plus. Money's money.
10. I think it's 10.
Anyway, yeah, it's even worse. That's $120 a year. For the ability to make groups, having a little icon next to my little nameplate, and getting more available avatar storage space.
The avatar storage space is kind of nice.
It is, but I usually try and use my avatars as opposed to the freebie Attache avatars. So,
I would say for the age verification was worth it.
Oh, well, I got the age verification already without doing that. Yeah, I joined a group that had it, and I verified. So I got that did. And I don't need the webcam half body thing because if I'm on desktop version, I'm in there for some pointless reason like testing, not because I want to be in VR. If I'm in VR on purpose, I'm at least putting my half body on. So I have pobs and a face.
And thank God for Go Loco.
Thank God for Go Loco, because I don't feel like putting that on just to have my sitting looking still very wrong. Meow. Very meow. I know for MFF, one of my bigger plans is I do want to take Mewtwo's full body with me there. I did not take his ass with me to Anthrocon this year. Just his partial variant, which was actually very good in the summer heat. So that was a plus. MFF being in the winter, it's a lot easier to carry around all that extra weight. And I'll probably take one of the extremely simpler suits as my secondary, either Caddie or Bursty. Both of which take up like almost negative space as themselves, and then whatever clothes I pick would probably be that would work with both of them. Beep, cause Proto, unless you want Windows 98 boot sound. That's fair.
God, when early Windows boot sounds were epic.
They were.
And now Windows is boring.
Once again, MFF, we will be looking towards bringing room heatable foods for our lunches, for the most part. Ramens, I might even consider some canned soups. Because honestly, I would rather have the storage space of a couple cans of Chunky with me than to pay $20 to eat lunch at the buffet every day. 2 something for Chunky, 20 something for Buffet. And I'm usually not that hungry. Honestly, I do need to take a quick break. Crystal, keep an eye on things. I actually have to go to the potty. I will be right back.
Okie dokie.
And she
I am.
discombobulated.
Caddie pulled a fluff.
This is where the Hopkin will now lick check. Hold on.
I would lick chat, but
You don't
don't,
have a tongue.
I don't have a tongue.
No, you don't have a tongue on that. Well, what do you know? Well, lick chat then. That's what I'm gonna do. Yum yum yum.
Your ass is in her face.
I'm just sitting on her head.
Her face is in her ass.
She is struggled.
Caddie is screaming into her own ass.
What is chat saying?
When you're constipated, you just start screaming at your ass. I can't lick
Things happen.
chat. I can't lick chat. I'm proto and I might glitch it out.
Fry the camera. Fry the camera.
Why do you think my tongue's grabbing?
That's what people see. You see a freaking Hopkins just charge at you.
There. I licked it. I am babysitting the chat.
Yo ho, a pirate's life for me. They're trying to fucking find in my game, what are they called? Humpback whales. Because I need their skin to upgrade. Is chat even alive?
It's usually just, I think it's just me in there talking.
Hello? Hello? Anybody in there?
Now you have your crotch in her face. Why are you teabagging the lion? I'm gonna put you in timeout.
You're the one who's making this weird because you have to point that out.
Yeah, and all she needs to do is come back and see her vision is gonna be in your crotch.
Hush. You're the one here who's not behaving. Shut up.
I am too behaving. I'm just sitting here.
And
You're
you
the
have
one
to call out
standing
shit
on-
like that people in the chat don't need to fucking know about.
You're standing on her.
It's not my fault. That's where she went AFK.
So watch where your little pampy ass is stepping.
How about I fucking sit on you instead then?
Are you sure that's a good idea? I might zap you. There.
You just turn your face off.
Yeah.
There you go, blue screen of death. What the fuck? Wait, what does your blue screen of death say? Please reboot by tapping both shoulder panels and booping or smooching the snoot. You don't have a snoot though. It's just one whole fucking screen.
Oh, he must not have the AFK detection turned on.
Yeah, Bluff doesn't either, which is why people start skrunkling like that.
That would explain why when I go AFK, I start floating.
Hmm? Because you have the AFK detection one.
Okay, there they are.
Back, Caddie.
Thank you.
Turns.
Silver was standing on your head at the time.
That's okay.
Licking your chat.
I'm okay with this. Did they enjoy it?
Not that I know of.
And my left controller went to sleep, but my right controller didn't. I don't know
Jill
why.
started mentioning that her ass was on your head or her crotch was in your face.
Nice. Clips into the floor, then blast through the ceiling. That makes sense.
I'm going to continue hunting for humpback whales.
Enjoy.
Can you imagine if the AFK like that actually had ragdoll physics like in video games? Like you clip it yourself, all of a sudden you go flinging across the map, across the world.
Nice. Well, my body has been in no certain terms made me aware that I am home. Gross moment. When I'm on vacation, my body goes into poo hibernation. I have learned when I go to a convention, I make a consolidated effort to have downtime where I sit down and I attempt to poo. Most of the days of the con, I did successfully make some poo. So I know I didn't have the 3-day brick coming out sideways fun, which, yeah, that's usually about the time it to chaos is day 3 when you figure out you haven't pooped. And then and you know that because all of a sudden you get the feeling, go, uh-oh. You got T-minus 5 minutes to be at a toilet, and this is gonna hurt. Partly why I'm thinking Mint Linux, because Linux is super customizable, and most games are becoming Linux friendly more and more. This is true. So, since I've been home for a little over 24 hours now, my body has become well aware it is near its 2 home toilets. Today alone, I've had 3 poops. I usually have a poop a day. I'm on that was just poop 3 right there. Not diarrhea, just poop. Just regular poop. My body's like, oh good, I can get all this ketchup backup poo out of the system. How dare it. Annoyingly, I pooed just before I went grocery shopping earlier today. I thought, oh good, I was able to poo. Things will be fine for a little while. Halfway through grocery shopping, my body's telling me, hurry it up, I need to poo. I'm like, dude, you just did that. We did that before we left. I took care of that. We did the poo. I did that. Nope, you need to get home sooner. Shop faster. Fine. Finished shopping, got everything put away real quick. And yep, I had to poo all right. I'm like, really? Really? All right, well, I pooped before I went shopping. I pooped at 5 something here. So that means I should not have to poop during my stream at least. We're going to be good. I didn't quite make it till 11, did I? Didn't quite get there. My body was like, nope. No, now's time. Now time.
poop in public.
Well, I have no
Like at the
problem.
store.
I prefer not to, especially post-COVID. I've been getting more and more against that. Also, I'm a Charmin. I'm a Charmin fluff. And at the store, you're gonna have
It's
like
usually
the
one
pretend.
ply.
Yeah, the pretend Scott feels like sandpaper, but will break up the moment anything touches it. Ugh. LOL, there's a subreddit called Linux PM of what they did to customize it. Yeah, isn't that cool? Go for Linux. Linux is an interesting thing. Maybe one day I'll try it more than just to try it.
But people are saying Linux Mint is the easiest one to understand because it actually holds your hand a little bit.
I put it on a laptop. It's fine. I mean, it's okay for what I've done with it, but all I've used it for is just a couch browser, effectively. So it's a couch browser with a really good battery life. I installed I think I installed Steam, Telegram, and well, Firefox. Obviously, Firefox I think came with that version. So it's good for doing what I do with it. That thing was already a slow as ass laptop. That's why I had to install the Linux on it.
And you find out that it's much faster than Windows.
Well, Windows. The reason why I had to get Windows off is because Windows 10 kept wanting to run an update, and the hard drive was only, I think it was 64 gigabytes on that thing, not changeable. And every time that update would run, there was enough space for it to download, but not enough space for it to also then run the install. I removed so many parts of Windows to try and get around this. I could not. And it would run like butts because it was constantly, even after, because it fails, and then it will try and re-download that update again, and then keep trying to reinstall it, and then keep failing. So it was basically in the death throes there, and I was like, I don't even want to turn it on. And a friend said, you can install Linux. You know what, fine. It's not doing anything else. Let's install Linux. But I haven't ever...
You find out the pig blend is superior to the window.
It's fine. I mean, I knew it was a better operating system in general. It's just a question of, can I play all the games I want, because they're not all compatible with Linux. There's our problem. But, you know.
Now games are actually working with Linux, and sometimes even better.
Fair. But it's, you don't know if they are or aren't. That's the only thing that slows me down with getting Linux. And I am right on the edge of whether or not I do that. On the last, 3 computer builds was, should I jump to the other side of the pond? Should I go with the other OS?
Plus, the problem with Linux is it ain't the games, it's the anti-cheat in the games that has an issue with Linux.
Yeah, because you can't get all that stuff to work right. Ah, guess who got home? Boop.
Do we get a plushie?
We do. I get a plushie.
You get a plushie.
My
We
pussy.
all get a plushie.
She's such a good girl.
Yes.
Mm.
And I have the voice to make her admit it when she gets in here.
Yay! I'm going to be putting more effort towards job shopping over the next little while. I am going to put more effort again into sewing, and I'm going to put extra effort into working on the kitchen floor. Because if I can get that done, then that is money we have saved, and then, well, we have a kitchen floor again. Bathroom floor is working good. It's passable. Toilet is dripping almost nothing at all. That is fine. I do have to mow probably tomorrow or Thursday, assuming whichever day it isn't raining. Grumble, grumble, grumble. I don't want to mow. Hate mowing. I do want to hug and a paw. That's in my to-do list. Hi, little girl.
Hello, I'm too tall right now. One moment.
I'm also sitting down.
That's fair.
I know exactly what must be done.
I thought the Rena had Go Loco already pre-installed onto it.
Yeah. Yeah, if you go to your GoGo Loco, you can find a set.
There it is. Boop.
Yeah, my controls are being dumb.
Tell your controllers to not be dumb.
Yeah, I know, I wish.
And they have homework once you get over here.
Look at what?
I didn't do it.
I did watch a video over the weekend.
Oh, what video?
Saying that it was saying Mewtwo was the perfect villain.
Mewtwo's the perfect hero.
In the first movie, he was kind of the perfect villain starting out. But he had all the reasons to be evil.
He wasn't so much a villain. He was an
asshole scientist.
He was an escaped creature who was trying to make his own special world where he could live safely.
He was basically trying to kill off humans so Pokemon could live without them.
Yeah.
Because he was a victim.
He was created to be the ultimate weapon, and he chose not to be their weapon.
He chose to be his own self. Because he's cooler that way.
So technically, if he wasn't exposed to Team Rocket the whole time, he would have not been the way he was.
He wouldn't have not been, period, because Team Rocket paid to have him made.
Yep.
He was Giovanni's pet project.
And then there was a theory that Giovanni is actually Ash's dad.
That's a theory that will never actually be proven.
At Anthrocon, I spent time with a Giovanni cosplayer and his wife, who's also a Mewtwo.
That is so fucking fitting.
Yeah, they're friends of mine, so they were both happy to see me.
Then Caddie also the Mewtwo, and then they tried to figure out who the real Mewtwo was.
Me, who has seen every single episode, there are 3 Mewtwo running around the world. The one created by Team Rocket, the one that can Mega Evolve, and one that's protecting an island for Pokemon that were abused by humans.
Yay!
And then there's a baby green one.
There's Huey, and there's Pig. I like Pig.
And you decided to play in the hole.
Where's Huey?
In the hole.
He's in the hole.
Where's the police? In the hole. I'm more worried about the interdimensional portal.
I tried to cover it up with a rug. What happened? Fell in the hole.
It was so dumb.
I loved that.
Okay. I'm back. Ooh,
Yay. You're allowed. Come here, little Poissy.
Yeah.
Yes, my girl. Too much zoom.
Right into each other, press course.
Good enough. I'm hugging my Poissy.
And that works.
I miss you, you know that?
Aww.
You drive safe home, okay? Yes?
Yes, I drove quite safe.
Good girl. Good girl. We made a boo-boo coming home. I missed my turn off of 71, so instead of getting off on 30, I took 95 across part of Ohio. I still need to Google Maps and see how stupid I was, because I don't know how far south I went before I made my fix. Ash's dad is Mr. Bibe. Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey, Pushy.
Okay, Nepal.
Hello.
You have your
Can I get a
chore to
hug
do.
from you? Before you do the chore, can I get a hug from you?
Yes. Yay.
And we
Uh,
all took a laugh at the baby. And we all took a chuckle at the baby Caddie I posted. On the Discord.
Check the meme section
not-
later.
Oh boy, I am not in the actual stream. Who is that?
It was Silver that did it.
Of course I did.
Of course, Silver.
I have.
I'm a good girl.
Yes, you are.
That covers it.
And everybody here knows.
I have over 30,000 points. I have a lot I can do.
That's a drop in the bucket for me. But anyways, is Vincent in chat?
I have not seen the plushie. No, I have not seen the other plushie.
Okay. Okay.
Are you and Vincent planning something?
Valerie says
No, I'm
hello.
just gonna get into VR and chat with him.
Aww.
Yes.
I also want to know if Nepal is purple and cozy at the moment.
I am cozy, but
Are-
I did try that on actually last night. It is very cozy.
Yay.
I
Yay.
still need to pay you for that actually. Don't want to forget.
I won't.
I
Valerie's,
don't want to forget.
Valerie's asking who's here. Well, your mom, your dad, and Nepal. And me. I'm here too.
Yeah, I suppose you are.
Probably. Jack says, I have 19.4k points. Valerie says, cool. And to bring up pointless point numbers at a certain Totters stream, I'm at, I think I'm at 420,000. And at some dopey little angelic marshmallow streams, I'm at 950,000.
50,000. Are you pushing for that VIP?
I have VIP. That's for the docky I'm saving up for.
So the reason I was late, we got a new kitty.
Real new kit? You did successfully get kitty?
Yes, we successfully got kitty.
How's new Kiggy?
I'm,
Is he good pets?
yeah, well, he's currently walking around me. I am sitting on the floor, and he is currently just like walking around me, sniffing the controllers.
Oh, how well new kitty? What does new kitty have name yet?
He is an all-black house panther named Gage.
Gage. Cool. So you have a necromancer playing with you.
Yes, I do. He's on my lap right now. Hi, hey, buddy.
Huh?
Yeah.
Hi, Gage. Welcome to the family. So this is very important, critical information we all need to know. Nepal got a new kitty. It's a Black Panther kitty, and his name is Gage. So make sure and go to Nepal's throne wish list and send her all of the kitty kibble and dingly ball treats and catnip.
I had to put that on there.
Probably.
I have other things on there, though.
All the cat things.
You're going to be stepping on even so many dingly balls, you won't know what to do with it other than scream.
Oh, well.
Need a cat tax for the Discord. Meow.
The cat axe. Then again, since I've
So
been addicted
cute.
to my Mayu, everybody's been teasing me as with cat things.
Well, you're a cat thing.
I was for a puppy, but since I fell in love with my Mayu, I have become cat.
You're whatever you feel like being at any given moment. Like, I'm a bunny right now, but I'm only, like, playing one. I'm still a lion.
Yeah.
You're still a teacup lion.
No, big, scary lion. Big, scary lion.
And I figured this out earlier about his avatar.
Huh.
Closely at the glitter in the hair, they're little tiny bunny shapes. Like little
That's
tiny microscopic.
brilliant. I love that.
Like I didn't notice until now in the dark room that bunny.
Bunnies on bunnies. Bunnies everywhere.
Yes.
And probably this Sunday, assuming nothing else crazy goes on, Nepal and I will be back to playing Borderlands. We don't have much of Borderlands 2 left to go.
No, we don't.
We finished the D&D stuff, so we are down to just the remaining smallies.
Yeah, is it like 2 or 3 seasonals, I think?
I think we've done... We did Christmas, we did Thanksgiving. Which other one did we... we did Halloween. So we have 2 regular seasons left, and we have the closure, the bridge type DLC, which is actually another good size one. But you definitely want to do that last.
Yeah,
There's
that's
a
fair.
Valentine's one.
There's a Valentine's one. We haven't done that yet. That's on the list. It's on the list. Do Valentine's. Also, your tongue
he's
is
friendly
sparkly.
kneading on my lap.
Aww. Aww. Now, did you get a grown-up kitty or a kitten kitty?
He is 11 and a half months old.
So, not fresh kitten, but still kitten brain.
Mm-hmm.
Good way to go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad the right kitten found you. So, and they are now going to be
Yeesh.
part of your lives.
And with Nepal having glitter on her tongue, we now know glitter gets everywhere.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does. That's true.
You can vacuum it up and you can find a glitter pixel still sitting there on the floor.
And you just missed the excitement. I'm so glad the downstairs toilet is back in service. I had to take a quick break. My body realized I'm over Manthracon, and it is time to let all the poos go. I pooed 3 times, not diarrhea, just poo 3 times today.
Oh my gosh.
I know I'm normally a 1 pooer, and I'm on 3. Bodies. Well, you were also at the Anthrocon, though you're busy a lot of it. Did you have fun?
Generally it was very fun. Yes, I wish I would have gotten to suit more, but it was generally a lot of fun to see everybody, to see you, to see Fopsy. I might have seen Thunder, but very, very, very briefly, and I was in a hurry to get somewhere, so I didn't have a chance to say hi.
Aww.
But also, it was Thunder that gave you that Renamon badge to give to me, right?
Yep, that was Thunder.
Next time he's in the chat, I need to thank him for that.
Yeah. He's a good boy. I'll admit,
Yes, he is.
we were really sad when we had to let him go Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
But hey, gotta get back to real life eventually.
Unfortunately.
But I did get...
You can only miss so much summer school.
Yeah, I did manage to, just before he left, got him that permanente sandwich, though, so... And he loved it. For the record, his was the pastrami with cheese, no tomato.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that checks out. I'm okay with this.
It's a good choice. This is a good one.
Yeah.
I
It's
got
a very good choice.
the one I always get, and that's the kielbasa. Hold the cheese.
Okay.
And Fopsy got the, I think it was Cajun chicken.
Hmm.
So everybody won. And dear God, those
Nice.
things are heavy little bricks.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think about it till you're
Huge.
carrying a bag with 3 of them at once.
Yes.
Yum.
Well, Nepal has to deal with 2 kitties. The real one and the toast one that's been running around.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully Toast Cat's not going to bother you. Yep, back to reality. Oop, there goes gravity. Yeah. Okay, that is a good song. And so's the Weird Al version. I actually like both of those versions of that song.
And then you switch to white and nerdy.
It's all about the
It's a good
Pentiums,
song.
baby.
Yes, it is.
Good girl.
You see me mowing my front lawn.
And oh, how it's obvious I'm white and nerdy. Guess I'm too white and nerdy. Holy cow, I'm white and nerdy.
I wish that they had a shot of him getting a copy of Star Wars Holiday Special.
Yeah. I want a physical copy of that.
I can put it on a thumb drive and mail it to you.
Ooh.
Or I can show you where to download it.
Well, I have a downloaded copy of it, but I want like a at least semi-legit looking copy to put on the shelf with the rest of the Star Wars DVDs.
That's not going to happen because that doesn't actually exist.
I know, but some people have made like bootleg variants that look really cool and look like they're legit copies. Then again, thanks to Disney Plus, my Star Wars collection will no longer ever get to be complete.
Oh, that's lame.
The reason is I'm not willing to pay $40 for a single season of The Mandalorian or Andor or any of the other ones. Because that's how much they're going for. I'm like, $40 for...
That's slightly insane.
And I had friends saying, oh, just wait, the price will go down. You know what happened? They went the other direction.
Yeah.
Now it's like $45 per season for these things. I'm like, really? No. Like, I wasn't willing to buy it at 40. I'm not going to buy it at 45 or 50 or 60. Unless they give me like
God, no.
a box set of, I will just say all the Mandalorian and Boba Fett for $80 or something. Maybe. Okay, you're talking $20 a season at that point. I would consider that.
Yo ho ho in a bottle of rum.
I still have Disney Plus though, so I still have them. So I'm not gonna do, and I'm not risking my internet connection for stuff like that anymore because I know it's easier to track. So I am not going to risk it. It's.
Well, I will say I will try and pirate Substance Paint because Adobe.
It is cheaper and safer for me to actually buy all those Mandalorian things than to risk our internet getting taken away from us.
Yeah, I understand.
I like having the internet for some reason. I seem to enjoy this.
It's some things.
Do you know Argyle?
The
Canadian
pattern?
puppy that hangs with Fluff.
No, I don't know them.
Canadian- Oh, he. I asked him for a substance painter because he got it legal correct means, and he's like, only because screw Adobe. He's like, it's morally okay to do that to Adobe.
It's fair. The version of Photoshop I use is so old. They don't seem to care that there's a list of keys available out on the internet, and I just, instead of a cracked version, when I reinstalled this time, I just put a actual key in. I'm fine. And something went ding, and I'm trying to wait to see what it shows up on my screen here. Oh my! Utilize donated $10? Oh my glob! Thank you, Utilize! Whoever you are,
Nice.
thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. That was really sweet of you. You didn't have to do that. I never even seen that name before, I don't think, and you donated money to me. Well, I appreciate that. Whatever I did that made you smile today, thank you. Thank you for thinking I was worth it. I really appreciate that. I hope you're enjoying your stay. I hope you're having fun. I hope whatever I've done that made you happy, I keep doing it. Not because I expect you to pay me more money, but because you paid money, and I want to make you feel like every penny was worth it. Every bit of entertainment you can get, I want you to get out of it. Meow. Y'all are too nice to me.
You deserve every bit of it.
No,
Yes, you
no, that's not how this game works.
That's exactly how this game works.
Why do you think that? And I don't have a puppy turtle here to argue against me right now, so I'm safe.
Apparently my parents are going to Twin Falls in Idaho for their anniversary.
Man, I hope it's pretty, because that just sounds like one of those, like a tourist. It sounds like a tourist trap, but I hope it's a nice place.
But I told them on their way back they need to stop and get Powerball tickets. But for some reason, Utah has gotten on the idea to let us buy a lottery ticket.
Every once in a while, I'll grab like $5 or $6 worth of Powerball tickets and wish. And then the next 2 days later, I throw them in the garbage. They utilize their funds wisely. Only if they think that I was fun to watch will I agree with that. If they like watching me, then it's okay that they utilize their funds the way they did.
Hey, it is always fun watching you play Final Fantasy.
Da da da
Hell, it was
da.
fun watching you play. It was fun watching you play at the Atari for heck's sake.
I still need to do the 5200 one, at least a couple of runs. I have the adapter there. The whole thing is sitting half in this room, half in the next room, stacked, ready to plug in. I just haven't done it because I'm bad at stuff.
And then you just play Bubble Bobble, and then the theme song gets stuck in everybody's head all at the same time for weeks.
It's on the mini NES, if I remember right, and I still have never played it.
Let's just say his theme song gets stuck in your head. Pretty good.
This is fair. We're all fair. We're all fine here.
Yep.
And you're a great, wonderful being.
No. I'm a dingleberry.
Yes.
Okay, that's it. I can't take your lies any longer.
No lies. It was so relaxing wearing pretty things almost the entire time I was at Anthrocon. I'm a good girl, Crystal. Crystal, I'm a good girl bunny. I'm a very good girl bunny here to make you smile and make your day all that much better. I am a good girl.
I'm sorry.
Like you read my mind.
Yeah.
Are you?
Hi, kitten. Is Gage getting love?
Yeah, I was moving my hand around. He got too close to the controller. I think hit it a little too hard, but he's okay.
Oh, poor guy. He'll learn. Cats are
Yeah.
smart.
To Paul. While you were talking all cutesy to the cat and Silver was unaware you had a cat, I would want to.
Oh no, I'm aware.
I was saying if you were unaware, she had a cat, and she just started speaking sweet nothing.
I'm sitting
Parker,
here
you
just
got
focused
me.
on my game. That is where my attention is.
So it was really fun. Every time I went to the actual convention areas at Anthrocon, I was wearing a dress. Fursuit or not, every single time I went out to the convention area, I was in a dress. That felt so amazing. And
I still need to send you those pictures of you and Pokemon.
oh, thank you very much. Yes, please. And while walking around downtown Pittsburgh, at least twice this year, while I was in like shorts and a t-shirt and tights and still all in pink, I had someone try to confront me. The first one was when I was leaving the parking garage after dropping the car off. I was crossing the street, and some guy in his car just had the windows out. He just looked out and said, "Really?" And I said, "Yup," and gave him a thumbs up. He said, "Yeah, okay." The other one was when I was walking to Permane Brothers to do the pickup run. I was walking down Wood Street, and a couple of somewhat larger ladies riding around on scooters on the sidewalk, stopped and said, "Why are you wearing all pink?" And I looked up and down at myself. I said, "What's my favorite color?" And I looked at her and I said, "Why are you wearing all blue?" She said, "It's my favorite color." Like, see, we all win. We get to wear our favorite color. She said, "Okay. I'm proud of you for getting exercise." I said, "Yeah, but the end of this journey is Permane Brothers, so I'll probably put all the calories back on." She laughed.
I mean, yeah, that's accurate.
Worth it.
Yeah, it reminds me of that first shooter with the big pouch on her belly.
Yeah.
She shoved her hand in it, and a guy on a bike run by, and he's like, "What?"
Nice.
She shoved her hand in there. The guy's like, "What?"
Major game changer for Anthrocon this year, though, that I will not skip on from here out. Camel Pack. Oh my God. In or out of suit, walking around that convention with water on me at all times. That was amazing. And it was not hard, even with Mewtwo's Cake Pop plush fingers, to pop that little lid off and get that up into my mouth. It was so convenient and refreshing. Anytime I felt at all a little off, popped it in, got a little water, and went, "Oh, I guess I was a little dehydrated. Good thing I got it." On Block Party, I had a total of 4 liters of water during that because I drained it, refilled it, and I drained it again. 4 liters of water. I was like, holy cow. For as much
Go ahead.
For as much water that went in, for as little pee that came out from all of that, I was amazed.
Yeah, the block party was absolutely huge. Actually, this year, I got the last chicken on a stick.
Oh, you got the last chicken on a stick?
Yeah, I missed out on the mac and cheese egg roll, though.
Oh, did you get a regular veggie one at least?
Yeah, I got the veggie one.
Okay, that's good. You got something good.
But I got the very last chicken on a stick.
That was so good, wasn't it?
About that.
That is
and the lemonade's good too.
I just ended up with a Pepsi out of their cooler because reasons.
Yeah.
And it was lunchtime, so I didn't want to do anything too crazy. That is an Anthrocon. That's on the Anthrocon bucket list for anybody that should be anyway. Go to the block party. Yeah. Get an effing chicken on a stick value meal.
Yeah, and the block party is, it's bigger. It was bigger this year than it was last year. and it's probably going to continue to grow because it was hugely popular last year. It was massively popular this year.
The locals love coming into town just to hang out with us for free because all they got to pay for is parking for that. They don't got to pay for a ticket.
It's Disney World, but cheaper.
Yeah, Disney World, all you have to pay is parking and deal with one of the inbound parkways.
Yeah, but you have you have all of the costumers you could ever want to see.
With no
2,
lines.
we're right, exactly, no lines. 2, fursuiters are honestly, no, nothing against Disney, a lot more into interacting and hugging and getting photos with people.
Yeah, they're not trying to give you a quickie and then push you off saying you're the next kid.
Exactly. So it's just it's Disney World, but better, honestly.
I've heard that from other people over the last quite a few years. They will pay for themselves and their kids to actually get entrance into Anthrocon because it's cheaper than Disney World.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got a day pass for me and the 2 kids, and worth every penny.
I don't know if you talked about it already, but the registration system this year, I've heard so many compliments about that.
It was very efficient. It was so quick. Granted, I went in as a sponsor, but the actual when you were up at the desk part, it was just ID. Okay, here's your badge, and since I was spawns, here's your ticket, and here's a lanyard.
Yeah, and this was mentioned at closing ceremonies. That Thursday, we registered over 12,000 people in a single day.
That's crazy. I was so amazed how many people had lined up for their pre-reg. Because at first it was like, oh, we'll just have people in the building. Okay, we have people in the first section under the convention center. When I got there, they lined up another set of lines under the other side on the road. My sponsor line was over there. And it's just like, wow. And then it is like, okay, you merge in, you're going into behind the other sponsor line. But they mowed through it. It was beep, boop, beep, and you're out. We had a longer wait for the t-shirt thing.
That is a whole different story that we are going to solve for next year.
Yeah, that was probably just a minor faux pas. I was not mad about it. I just thought it was funny. I waited longer for the t-shirt than I did to get my badge.
Considering how much we changed this year in terms of registration and everything, it went phenomenally well. After I'd got through mine and got my t-shirt and was coming out of the convention center and saw the cubic feet of humans standing waiting to register because they'd practically filled in every square person worth underneath the convention center in lines. Mm-hmm.
I am not surprised 12,000 of the registries got through that during that day. That is amazing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I will say desert heat is worse than other type. I drained a milk jug of water last time I went to Goblin's Valley. I am sorry, dear. Good girl.
You guys are talking about Anthrocon heat. Desert heat probably makes that look like it's on like a air conditioning room.
Yeah, but we also have the problem of putting on walking carpets out in that 90-degree weather, so we're stupid like that.
Details.
Okay, I wore Daisy for about 1:40 during the block party, maybe 2 hours. That was Saturday. I hung her up. Her body was wet still when I got home Monday. She went right in the washer. She was load 1. And she's fine now. She has a fan on her.
Going to desert heat, starting to find out the sun hates you.
Son hates me. This is true. It
I
do.
remember that one year I almost had heat stroke one time.
I did that 2 Anthrocods ago in Mewtwo.
Oh, jeez.
Well,
I had to mother hen a fellow staffer.
do you remember not last year, but the year before as Anthrocod, we had to make the parade go sooner because we broke the fire code? Okay, I was in Mewtwo. I was near the stage in C. The water was back in the corner. And they promised us if we walked near the stage, we'd be the ones they would send out first. Okay, part A, they lied. Part B, they kept yelling at us to go drink water. I'm like, I am wearing a tank, and I'm wedged in up here at the front because you told me to get here. The water is back there with all of the poodles that you're letting go first. And they get water, and I get the pancakes.
And that was the year they realized they need to add more than one water station.
Oh no, there were. Yeah, it's. That is a fair portion of the reason why we had to limit the size of the parade this year.
Yeah. It was. It was just. It was insane. It was. I saw you. Let's say I recognize I talked to you when I got down to the bottom. I have even that day, I have no idea what we said to each other, other than I was getting as much water in my face as I could. And then someone yelled at me and told me I wasn't allowed to go back out that door and walk straight to my hotel across the street. I was told, me who's already experiencing heat stroke, I have to go up to the 3rd floor and take the Sky Bridge and come out of the Westin. Like,
was this year?
Oh, that was 2 years ago. I ain't going to the parade ever again.
Yeah, that has been solved.
Yeah, I was very mad about that. I'm like, I'm dying. No, you have to go up through the Sky Bridge. What? This was the first time in public that I refused to get the suit all the way on. I never re-snapped my snaps. I put the head on for as long as I could, and I had stops on the 3rd floor. You know where that little lounge is at the end of the walkway, where there was some restaurants this year? I stopped at a chair there and just kind of deaded for a while. Several people came by and said, "Are you okay?" And my answer was, "No." And then I made it.
If you had found me, I would have just led you out the doors and not given any kind of care.
I know. And that's when I, kind of hallucinogenically finished my trip back to the brewery. And I made it up to the bed. I took everything off. I'm sitting there going, and everyone's like, "You need food." "I need food." "You need water." "Here, I have water." Water. And Noob came up and said, "There's this restaurant down in the middle of the intersection. We should go take you to that." "What kind of restaurant is it?" "It's chicken on a stick." So from the 6th floor of the Drury down to the intersection of 10 and Penn, chanting, "Chicken on a stick, chicken on a stick, chicken on a stick." No, I was brain damaged at the moment. I was experiencing heat stroke.
Oh yeah, that story.
So,
Stroke and heat exhaustion.
Yeah.
Your brain.
so I made it there. I got it and found out how delicious it was. I'm like, yay! It was good. So we've made a tradition that going to chicken on a stick involves chanting now. And that's what we do every time. In fact, when I was in fursuit and they had opened, I hadn't got a chance to get down on them yet. I stood next to their cart and chanted, "Chicken on a stick, chicken on a stick, chicken on a stick."
Mm-hmm.
That is so
So you
good.
want 4 chickens on a stick. Got it.
Nah, one value platter's good. Let everybody get their share. I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, after experiencing heat stroke, he's like, I don't want to experience that ever again.
That's why I've been the death march for the last 2 years.
Down.
Hmm?
I'll let you finish.
Oh, but as far as Chinese though goes, chicken on a stick is amazing. Chinatown Inn blows them away both with egg rolls and with food. So if you haven't made it up to there, that is one of the best Chinese restaurants I think I've ever eaten at. And it's up on 3rd, just above Grant Street.
Okay, that's a little bit far for me.
Yeah, it's just past the Omni. Go right past. You pass Omni, you pass the courthouse, and you make a left, and it's right there. And it is so good. I was so shocked when we went Sunday night. Not only were we walking with other furs that were heading there themselves, when we got there, the place was completely full of furries.
Yeah, that's fair, yeah.
Previous years, furries have not gotten that far away to find it. You'll maybe see one other group besides us going there when we do, not the entire restaurant. And little old lady waitress is amazing. And blame Swift and Self for that one. They're the ones that took us there long before Anthrocon was in Pittsburgh.
Fair enough.
Always follow the locals. They know where the real food is. And be careful.
Still said that pierogi place is gone.
Oh. And be careful to follow the locals. They may be making fun of you by telling you to go to Permani Brothers and tell you go ahead and ask for whatever you want in your sandwich.
Yeah, that's a bad time.
Though I have heard, I believe that particular little old lady has quit, so there's less chance of get yelled at the one in the Strip District.
Yeah, that's probably good.
Also, DeLuca's has apparently really gone downhill, so I haven't gone to that in a while.
Which one is DeLuca's?
DeLuca's is the pancake place down in the Strip District.
Huh. I don't think I've ever eaten there before.
You're not missing anything at this point. They've gone real downhill.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, I saw on the map there's a Sushi Kim's 2 over by the Market District, over by Market Square. I wasn't willing to risk it yet after my last Sushi Kim's experience, but apparently they do good enough business. They expanded. Though for my money, if I was going to sushi Anthrocon, I was going to go to the one in Market. There's a little kind of tiny hole in the wall that has a table and a half in it. We got takeout from there last year. It was fast, it was fresh, and it was cheaper. Like a 2-piece nigiri was like $2.50. That's still how much it is. Most of their rolls were only like $5 for your basic stuff, and nigiri and sashimi it's like 3 pieces of fish or 2 nigiri for $2.50 for most of the fishes. That's better price than most places I go to.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not the best sushi, but it was better than grocery store sushi. I'd say the izakaya nears is our best sushi. Second being the all-you-can-eat sushi next across the highway from it. All-you-can-eat place though doesn't have mackerel, so that's a point against it. But you can order anything off the menu except sashimi with the all-you-can-eat, including all the Japanese food and the fancy-ass rolls.
Nice.
So, yeah, you could go there for your $26 and order 4 of the lobster roll and walk away having eaten $56 worth of sushi. I could see me doing this.
You do, Gage.
Gage is being kitty.
Knock something over, I don't know what.
Good boy.
Yes, being kitty. Oh, I'm sad once I get out of VR.
So I hope all of you, if you want to, get a chance to go to Anthrocon or whatever other big con that you really want to go to experience what it's like to be at a big con. I especially recommend you pick one that you already know that the city loves you. Anthrocon has that bonus. Pittsburgh loves Anthrocon. You're looking at a month before the news is talking about it. Oh, the furries are coming back. It's almost time for Anthrocon. And it's like, I have never gone to events where the town is even remotely cares that we show up, let alone talk about us for a month beforehand.
Yeah.
I don't think Anthro Weekend's that big.
No, God, no.
And if things are working the way they are, MFF and FWA will probably get bigger than Anthrocon, not because Anthrocon couldn't, because Anthrocon is now effectively capped.
Yeah, because it's too unwieldy. MFF is experiencing the same thing.
Yeah, it
You
is.
get to a certain size with the attendee type that we have, with the costumes, with it gets to a point where it just becomes unwieldy and unmanageable.
It's like, okay, now I'll put this out there like as yes but no's for all this stuff. Like, the dealer's room could expand into Hall C. Could. But you are still limited to 2 escalators going up into the DLC / 1 sky bridge with the elevators of molasses going up to it.
Yeah.
And that's not a lot of people flow, because we've known from enough of the parades where the world stalls, and that was at best 10% of the attendees are in the parade, and we set 2 escalators to down, and we guarantee we break one.
Yeah.
So you add all that much traffic, even if you add that little bit more space, and I say that as a yes but no, because I know that's often utilized as event space throughout the con. So yes but no, but no is still doing something. It's not dead air, it's just, and I only think about that partly because I know a lot of dealers that probably would like to also be at Anthrocon can't because it fills up. I could honestly see the convention filling up dealers Hall C with space.
We have there are other options than going to Hall C. We spaced the tables out a little bit this year.
Yeah.
And we could squish them. We could squish them closer together to get another couple rows.
Nice.
If we needed to. Yeah.
I'm curious. A Hall's D and E downstairs. I know we were regging an E or D, the left one. What about
Both
the?
of them. Both of them.
Oh, so registration was in both. I
If
won.
you look in the middle, if you look in the middle of that room, there's a row of columns that have a hole that have it like are split in the middle.
Oh, so
The square concrete.
we were broken in. We had the whole room open. Ah, that makes sense.
A giant airball goes in the middle of those concrete pillars.
Because what I was kind of thinking, I get more spitball, pointless ideas. Like after day one, after the Thursday Doom Rush, crunch registration back into the first hall, and then turn the second hall into a room again. Because I know the zoo was in the far end hall once at least. Because I remember wandering into that at some point.
I don't think we really have the zoo anymore.
I don't think we do. Because I don't remember it existing on the map. But we could maybe.
No, the zoo hasn't existed since 20. I think we got rid of it after COVID. Honestly.
That makes sense. But maybe utilize that room down there as another section where some of the bigger panels can show up. Like the one I went to at 8 o'clock on Saturday. We couldn't all fit in our room, and we were having to like wait outside for turns to get in. So
the issue with that is that people still need to access registration.
yeah,
And the only way to get to where registration is at the far end of Hall D is to walk from the street through Hall E into.
that makes sense. And removing all of the wired stuff at the end of day one would probably be a no-go option. It makes sense.
Very, very expensive.
I understand. It's one of those, I don't expect I'm like yelling at you, why don't you do this? More of a, sometimes it's fun to like put the ideas out of the mouth hole and go, how stupid is this? That's stupid? Ah, that's stupid.
It's not a stupid idea. It's an expensive idea.
Expensive idea. And what about all the rooms in the Westin? Do we still use a lot of those for panels and things?
The Allegheny Ballroom and the Allegheny Ballroom in the Westin is our secondary stage.
Oh.
And the second floor, all the meeting rooms on the second floor are gaming related.
Oh, cool. Oh, I'm glad they're at least being utilized. That's good. Because I know
the large room on the second floor is our video game room. Cancel my lap again.
Good kitty.
Yes, he is. And plop, there he is.
I am glad that all of that space is being effectively utilized, and as many of the panel rooms that can be used in the convention center, I think, are being used at this point, because every time I look at a scheduled item, I'm like, that's a letter and a number I don't remember being together.
Yeah, we're going to be expanding and changing things next year. I can't really speak to that right now, but we are things are changing around for next year a bit.
Wow.
Actually, I think I kind of figured out why after the weekend is. I think ours is getting bigger, but we only have 2 convention centers, and I don't think they're big enough to hold an Anthro weekend. We have the Salt Palace Convention Center and the Utah Valley Convention Center, so we don't have any others to accompany. That's why I think this year they're at the amusement park, because that might be the only place big enough.
Nice. I almost feel like Anthrocon actually needs to expand out into regular Thursday, if not Wednesday. But I know every minute you add on to these things, the more hellish chaos you are adding to everyone involved in it.
That is actually not an entirely stupid thought. Um, I've heard rumors that that's been talked about, but I have no idea where that stands.
Because when it comes to, if the problem is the panels and things are physically taking up too much room, like you need to, I don't know, bust down the wall between 408 to 415 on that one wing to make a big room for half a dozen panels that are that big, and then just space it out and go, okay, we got Wednesday and Thursday. We got part of Wednesday and we have all of Thursday to play with.
Yeah. Well, and that's why we changed around. That's why we utilized Hall C the way we did and kind of had it as 4 separate, like, areas that panels can happen in, meet gatherings can happen in. Which I don't know what we're going to do about that next year, but we may continue. We may continue that. We may change. I don't know. That's all up to programming and our incredibly stressed, though he did an amazing job, programming director. So
yeah, I'm not going to complain about it.
We'll see how that changes next year.
I am 100% not mad at programming. I think they did a great job getting as many cats herded into as many different blocks of that building and finding where they could squeeze them. I think.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
Love you. I think that one panel I was talking about was supposed to have more chunks of the four teens attached to it, but something went wrong and we didn't get all of the walls open we needed to for that event.
Oh my gosh.
Because it was supposed to be like 3 or 4 rooms attached together, and we only had like one of the rooms.
I think they can only open up like 3 I think 3 is the most they can open up between. If I remember right. They can open it up to somewhat, but not nearly as much as you would hope or think.
One would hope, but unfortunately, yeah. It's amazing what you can do.
Just how the building was designed.
It is amazing, though, what you can do with a convention center of that size, because most people only ever contemplate the main ballroom area, the big zone. They don't think about the dozens of rooms upstairs and downstairs and on the sides where all the little things can happen.
And have you been to the art show since it moved up to the Riverside there?
I've walked next to it. I never went into it, though.
Next year, you really need to go into the art show because it is an actual art gallery now.
That is awesome.
It is amazing to walk through and to see the art like on the walls with actually good light, decent lighting from the ceiling. And then you walk out of the room and you just have the entire view of the river.
Oh, so nice. I was I tried to explain. Javi was like, I couldn't find the art show. It's on the 3rd floor. What do you mean it's on the 3rd floor? Go up the escalators and make a left. Well, that's where it was before. It was there last year. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
I remember.
There's a big, giant banner that says art show.
Like, I remember last year, the first time I noticed it there, I was wondering first, and I was like, tables? Chairs? People sitting here? Art show. Oh, that's where that is now. Makes more sense than trying to fit up all those pop-up panels in the middle of a convention room downstairs.
And it makes it being logistics so much easier on us.
It's one section that can easily be roped off.
That's true. And it's much more intimate in those rooms up there on the Riverside than it ever could be on the side of Hall B.
Because you have all of the noise and echo of the dealer's room, no matter what you're going to do.
Hmm.
Totally agree with this. I like this plan. I'm all on board with this plan.
Yeah, it was an amazing thing to move up there. And I'm glad that it has, because now it's an actual, like I said, it's an actual art gallery, and it's really, really nice.
Good. Good. Anthrocon has grown in all the best ways that it could. I think the best thing that ever happened to Anthrocon was the Adams Market getting torn down, because that forced them to make a decision.
Yeah, but the Adams Mark was a piece of crap, but it was our piece of crap.
Yeah.
And the Adams Mark, the Adams Mark Hotel, the ballroom, and the hallway right outside the ballroom. Those are the first two pictures I ever saw.
Aww.
Those are the very first two photos I ever saw were from that ballroom.
But its previous location was so finite. It was already at all of its space. There was a reason you had to be in the main hotel, because that's where the con was. And it was a hike if you were anywhere else. And there was not a lot of food around. There was a Denny's across the highway. And they hated us.
Yeah, but then it was bought by Target and torn down, and now the Amsmark is where the Target parking lot is, and the Amsmark parking lot is where the Target is.
Buh.
Yeah.
This makes no sense.
No, and then Pittsburgh said, "Oh, you need a place to have your convention here. Come over here and have your convention here." And Philly was like, "Yeah, we don't want you." And then Phil's like, "Oh, we want you back. We want you back." Yeah, no.
Yeah, what are you offering us, Philly? What you got? You got a bigger, newer convention center with 4 big ballrooms in a line? No. And sit on it.
No, Pittsburgh has been absolutely amazing to us. Couldn't ask for a better city to interact with and to host a convention. Although I wish there was only one 1000 Penn Avenue, but that's beside the point.
I just love when I try to give someone directions in Pittsburgh and I say it's on 10th and they go to the wrong one, or it's on 6th or 5th or whatever, because it has 2 of those. Pittsburgh is built on 3 grid sets. That's not exaggeration either. One.
Sounds like the same person that was in. Sounds like the same city planner was in charge of Pittsburgh, like they were in charge of Miami.
Okay, the problem is 2 different groups started to work on Pittsburgh at the same time when it was becoming a city. One made grid line along the Allegheny. One made grid line along the Monongahela. This is not a right angle. They don't meet like that. And so after they had a certain amount of grid from each direction, like, oh shit, what do we do? And the answer was, we'll make a 3rd grid set in the middle of them that doesn't match either of them.
Yeah.
This is how it actually happened, and that's why Pittsburgh is weird. But it's a really easy city to walk through, honestly, from all the strange angles and the weird streets.
Yeah.
Sounds like they were planning for cars to be a thing.
Sadly, yes, they were. It was during Cars' era that they were built.
One thing that we did before the convention, we got there early enough, we took the hillside cable car down and back up.
Yay! Was this your first time to do that?
Yes, it was.
Aww, baby's first aid glide.
I didn't realize. Oh, shush. I didn't realize, but that particular cable car is what inspired Mr. Rogers to have his train.
Yeah, he liked his Twowie.
Yeah, that's right. it's exact. Like I looked, I was like, oh my god, that is Mr. Rogers.
Yeah. Oh, I
Mm,
love the inclines. Aren't those so neat? For the longest time, that was actually how a lot of people would commute
yeah.
from hillside apartments and buildings down to the
Mm,
city.
yep.
And they may have then taken a bus or walked across the bridge from there, but yeah, that used to be
Yeah. And
part of daily commutes.
mm, and they have a self-guided tour underneath that to see the workings and all the years and everything.
Isn't it so cool?
Oh my god. Giant, giant wheels that are all one casting.
And they've been working for so long that those inclines are as ancient as an American thing can get.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
And they keep them running. They're more of a tourist thing
Mm,
than a needed for getting from point A to point B thing anymore. But damn, those are just that's a I've had people say like, "Why is there stuff up on that hill? It looks like there's buildings up there." I'm like, "Oh, that's only cuz you can only see the edge of what you're looking at. The hill goes down that way. There's houses up there or there's depending on where that's
oh,
businesses up there." It's like, "How?"
yeah.
Well, you see this flat edge on this side. That's not what's up there.
Expensive, expensive houses.
Yeah, yeah. And they're not really that great. Not necessarily great. Not necessarily big. But because of location. I remember when Jack and Sunny had their place on the other side of the Fort Pitt tunnels on those hill areas. They were on one of those hills.
Oh my god.
Parking at their house was scary because it was slantier than my parents' house, which is already a ravine of doom that my parents live in. And it was busy because everybody had a car, and there was therefore no parking space on the sides of the road. You'd be like halfway up trying to parallel park, where if you take your foot off the gas, you're drifting down if you're facing up still. What are you trying to do? Parallel park? Hold on. Just take your foot off. Don't have to gas. Just take your foot off the brake and turn the wheel. Put the foot on the.
Yeah.
All right, quickly switch to gas and forward just a tear. Just there. Put your foot on the other pedal. Be ready to do the change up.
Yeah, and if you did, that's one place to learn to drive a stick. That's for sure.
I get nervous enough parking in the bus depot garage because where you get your ticket, you're on a really good slant. Open up the window, you get my ticket. Pray to God no one's behind me. Take my foot off the brake, put on the gas. Because I know I'm going to drift a little tiny bit back, even at idle. Pittsburgh is aware of slants and elevations. They work with them. Okay, it's 12:10. I think I should raid out and end my day.
You were going to.
Well, my plushie didn't show up till 10:30, so I wanted to make sure I had time with my plushie.
I'm sorry, I had to go get a cat.
You had to get a cat, and I wanted to spend time with my plushie.
Yes.
So I had more time. I took time.
Yeah, fair
'Cause-
enough. That's fair.
Because part of Anthragon discussion
Sounds
is...
like sounds like a win to go get a cat.
But you're a big part of Anthrocon discussion in general. Yes, you missed the first my rundown of it. There's a VOD. You can enjoy that.
This is true.
But yeah, you're a big part of it because you're part of Anthrocon, and you're one of the people I go to Anthrocon to see.
It was incredibly busy. I wish I brought my dough partial. That's.
She probably would have been
that was part of
easier.
Oh my gosh, yes, but I'm still waiting on the feet and the arm sleeves.
Uh, good luck.
Annoying.
Well, I think I know I'm going to raid out to, and then LP ended. I was going to go to someone, and they ended before I did. Go rabbit.
Oh,
You know how that's how it goes.
yeah, fair.
Well, they did go to someone else that was nice. But I'm thinking of who else is on. Who is my victim? That's a possibility. Let's see if anyone out of my Twitch team is on and doing something I'd like to go to. Bloop.
I still think it'd be funny if Protogens argued about RAM with. Ew, you eat Corsair RAM? Gross.
Yo.
Ew, you like heat sink on your RAM? You nasty. I'm sorry, I like thermal paste. I like thermal paste with my RAM.
Isn't thermal paste just nacho cheese for protogens?
Probably.
Makes sense to me. All right, I think I got a victim. I got a plan.
And CPUs are a delicacy.
They're not on break. There's someone I like. And if I could
GPU is the
type.
juice box.
Yeah.
Dink. I'm sending you all to a wonderful, sweet puppy with a very, very lovely voice. Please be nice to him. It's been awesome babbling with all of you about everything, especially about like Anthrocon and whatnot. I've had a great time. I missed you all while I was gone. Nepal has a doe? I need to see that. Jack needs to see your cute doe partial. Put that on your to-do list.
It's on my blue sky. Yeah, it's on my blue sky.
It's on Nepal's Blue Sky. Go find Nepal's Blue Sky, and it's there. I can try and get you a link for that afterwards.
I'll put a link. I'll put a link to it in the Discord.
Thank you. That's a good pussy. But I had a great time at Anthrocon. I had a great week off of everything. I loved coming back to telling you all about it. I'm anxious for again next year. It'll be here before I'm ready, like it always is. I'm anxious for MFF still, which will be here before I'm ready for it. And I will see you all again. I'll be back at it playing more Final Fantasy and sewing probably tomorrow. And I think I gotta mow the lawn, but you know that's life. Anyway, all you be good to nerdy, and I will see you next time. Until then, stay awesome and stay floofy. And Caddie loves and appreciates each and every one of you. Bye. Okay, quick hit all stop buttons before I forget.